The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated August 31st, 2022. The Honorable Kurt Vialet, Chairperson, Committee on Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairperson Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Finance meeting, Budget Wrap-Up, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Fred Gregory as tardy and Senator Saru as present. Any other correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Can I get the tally?
Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 2 absent, 1 tardy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Hearing for Wednesday, August 31st at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive updated testimony from the Governor's financial team on the proposed fiscal year 2023 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Budget wrap-up. Invited testifiers, Governor's financial team. Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Cindy L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. Bosede Bruce, Executive Director, Public Finance Authority, Commissioner, Department of Finance. Joel A. Lee, Director, Bureau of Internal Revenue. Allison DeGazon, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. Brent A. Leardom, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Joss Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. Adrian Williams Octalian, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery, Public Finance Authority. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Today is the final day of this long budget season, at least in the chambers. This week, tomorrow and Friday, we'll be doing the budget wrap-up, and then we'll have the budget bill shortly, early in September, where we'll have a next finance meeting, committee meeting, to pass the budget bills. We have the governor's financial team in front of us, led by Ms. Jennifer O'Neill from the Office of Management and Budget. I'm going to allow her to put her name and title on the record. But before I do that, let me recognize Senator Noble Francis, who was here from early, and also Senator DeGraff just came in, and Senator Carrion. Thank you for attending. Ms. O'Neill, I allow you to put your name and title on the record.
Thank you. Good morning. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you. Next, Finance.
Good morning. Bosede Bruce, Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Cindy Richardson, Director of Division of Personnel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Joss Springett, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining.
We also have a number of individuals that will be participating virtually. Let's begin with Alison Degazan.
Good morning, Director Degazan, Bureau of Economic Research.
Leardam.
Good morning, Brent Leardam, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Mr. Lee.
Good morning. I'm Joe Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Mr. Simmons.
Good morning, Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority.
Ms. Williams-Octolin.
Good morning, Adrian Williams-Octolin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Thank you. I'd also like to recognize Senator Carla Joseph, who has joined us. And we're going to begin with your testimony. Director O'Neill.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Kurt A. Violet, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, other members of the committee and of the 34th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience of the Virgin Islands. On behalf of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., we thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the fiscal year 2023 executive budget submission. I am Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I am accompanied by other members of the Governor's financial team. Accompanying me are Bosede Bruce, Commissioner of the Department of Finance, Joel Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Cindy Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel, Adrian Williams-Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, Joss Springett, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Brent Leardam, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Alison Degazan, Director of the Bureau of Economic Research, and Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration at the Public Finance Authority. During the budget overview delivered on June 13th, 2022, we presented a proposed total appropriated and non-appropriated budget of $1,353,646,169 for fiscal year 2023. This amount reflected $919,493,992 for the general fund, $85,098,019 for other appropriated funds, and $311,963,890 for non-disaster related federal funds. Today, we present an updated budget of $934,216,545 for the general fund, with a net positive difference of $14,722,552. $72,791,463 in other appropriated funds, $37,090,268 in other non-appropriated funds, and no change to federal grants, for a total proposed budget of $1,356,062,166. The budget update includes adjustments to our revenue projections as well as to proposed expenditures for several departments and agencies. The USVI economy's 2022 update. In recent years, the U.S. Virgin Islands economic landscape softened from the shock of the COVID-19 pandemic, with the most recently released GDP data revealing a 2.2% contraction in 2020. Fortuitously, the territory's economic recovery from the global pandemic far exceeded expectations last year, with nearly all sectors of the economy rebounding, and 2022 is shaping up to be a stronger bounce-back year, supported by several key indicators. The territory's economic and physical recovery from the hurricanes of 2017, as well as the pandemic, has continued to improve steadily. This administration's management and balancing of the safety of Virgin Islanders while still having a functioning economy continues to allow the government to be in an excellent position financially to handle its obligations. American Rescue Plan Act funds continues to be spent on things such as roads, premium pay, contributions to nonprofits, and continued healthcare services for an effective public health response to the pandemic and the improvement of much of the government's infrastructure. The economy has seen strong momentum carry over through the first half of 2022, with employment up a solid 2% relative to its 2021 average in January through June. Private sector hiring has increased, supported by industries tied to tourism, example, accommodation and food services, retail, trade, and the professional, scientific, and technical services sector. Meanwhile, the unemployment rate edged down to 6.1% in July compared to 10.3% last year. Initial claims are the lowest in years at 135 from their April 2020 peak of 2,727. With the expansion in employment, the unemployment rate is expected to decline further this year. These are positive signs for the labor market, which is still adjusting to the effects of the pandemic. Utilizing updates to actual revenue collections through the end of July, along with expected economic factors, our revenue projections have been updated for the upcoming fiscal year 2023 to $934,228,386. The most notable changes since our submittal in May 2022 included reducing the transfer from the Insurance Guarantee Fund to the General Fund to $6 million from $16.3 million, eliminating the transfer of $2 million from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund to the General Fund, and increasing the amounts expected from disaster-related capital projects. Our revenue collections continue to outpace projections, and the financial models are projecting that strong collections can be expected to continue into the next fiscal year and the foreseeable future, especially with the expected reopening of the Wyndham Frenchman's Reef Hotel and other hotels beginning in the first quarter of fiscal year 2023. With the expected opening, pre-bookings have already begun, and as a matter of fact, I am pleased to announce that the National Association of State Budget Officers, of which I am a member, will be holding their spring meeting at that hotel in April 2023, with more than 210 room nights expected. Tourism is expected to expand further in 2023, and for the first 3 quarters of fiscal year 2022, tourism arrivals exploded by 139% over last year because of solid air arrivals, which increased by 21%, and the return of cruise passengers from 0 this same period last year. Construction activity is also being boosted by ongoing work on roads, airports, and residential housing, though there is a slower pace of construction from the 2021 peak. Overall, while we expected to see some negative impacts from the lime tree closure, along with an increased unemployment percentage, our ongoing recovery projects, along with the gains we have seen from the pandemic disaster funding, have positively impacted and dampened those expectations. We also continue to see very full flights arriving daily into the territory and are looking forward to the kickoff of the high season and more cruise ship passengers. If there is a slight downside, it is that excise tax collections are not as high as we would like. However, we recognize that this is directly attributable to the ongoing global supply chain issues and completely outside of our control. We are confident, however, that as these issues subside and begin to improve, that category of revenues will also significantly increase. Given the fluidity of revenue projections, budgetary discussions continued with departments and agencies over the summer. In line with the new revenue projections, the projected expenditure budgets for all agencies and departments is $934 million $216,545. Notable adjustments include $6.95 million for the health insurance increase to be placed under the Division of Personnel, $3.1 million to the VI Fire and EMS to provide for hazardous pay to qualified employees, $1 million as a transfer from the general fund to the Crisis Intervention Fund under the Department of Finance, which was usually done from the matching fund, and $471,000 to allow the Department of Health to move out of the Charles Harwood complex temporarily. Looking forward to 2023 and future years, the administration will continue to seek growth in economic activity to include new investments and revenue-generating measures. We are pleased to have been able to make huge inroads towards reducing the government's high public debt load and in stabilizing the pension system. While the public utility continues to struggle, the administration is also committed to working to find solutions to not just stop the bleeding, but also to resolve the long-standing woes faced by that agency. The territory is well poised for economic growth through the completion of all disaster recovery projects, improvements and upgrades to the IT and physical infrastructure, and strengthening our workforce for high-paying and in-demand jobs. As we continue to frame our financial future for generations to come, we maintain a posture of strategic planning and conservative yet effective budgeting. With the initiatives set forth in this budget, as well as other plans within the government's agencies and departments, we continue to be optimistic. Mr. Chairman, this concludes our prepared statement. The governor's financial team stands ready to answer any questions that this body may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill, for your testimony. Colleagues, we are going to go to a 7-minute round. I'm not going to give 4 or 5, a 7-minute round, because I am sure that you have quite a number of questions. Before I begin with the first senator, Director O'Neill, the transfer out this year was $165,732,584, correct? That's what you're projecting?
That, yes, you're looking at the revenue sheet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Senator, that is what we are projecting.
Okay, I know the legislature at that time did project $84,954,000, and you transferred out an additional $81.1 million.
Yes, so that
Tell me what it was.
Yes, Senator. It is actually the $40 million for retro pay.
Plus?
And the $45.6 million for the 8% repayment. We've included that in that section for transfers.
Okay, and that was the 8% in December and the fall. Okay.
Yes. For a total of 85.6.
Okay. So if we didn't really add on, if we didn't have to transfer that 81 million, our net projections would have been 990 million.
It would have been higher, correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to point out to our colleagues that the revenue collections were good. As a matter of fact, it actually came in above what we projected by some $40 million. Now, you also said that the insurance guarantee fund, you only transferred 6 of the 16 million that we proposed.
We're proposing to only transfer 6 in fiscal year 23. If you remember, the law changes at the end of this fiscal year 22. So beginning October 1, it changes to where the insurance guarantee fund must maintain $50 million. Yeah. So when we do the projections, we don't expect that there will be more than $6 million to transfer to the general fund and still maintain $50 million. So we changed that from the initial 16 that we had proposed.
We had it up to 40 this year.
Right.
Correct?
And then it changes to 50 for fiscal year 23 moving forward.
Ms. Bruce, what's the amount in that particular account? I have your staff ready to provide amounts in various. Because that's definitely one we're going to do with the markup. How much have you did this fiscal year, how much have you received from the Insurance Guarantee Fund?
I'm going to pull it up for you, Senator. I got a recent-
16.3 million, what we projected this year?
Yes, we had 16.3 this year. We've transferred the 16.3
0.3? Okay, so then,
already.
So then what's the balance and what was the collections this year thus far?
I'm going to pull that up for you shortly.
And I'm just getting these amongst colleagues so that you can be able to drill down while you're getting that, Mr. Nathan Simmons.
Yes, Senator.
Break down the Internal Revenue Matching Fund at the $226,000, exactly how that is going to be split. Have you worked those numbers?
No, the calculation agents would be engaged as soon as the funds are available to make the calculations in terms of the debt service and the amounts due to the rum companies, and whatever remainder from that will come to the general fund.
No, not to the general. It would go to the GR.
I'm sorry, it comes to the government, not the general fund. Yes.
Right, to the GR's restricted account.
Yes.
Okay.
But I mean, it comes to the government, and the government pays the GRS.
Okay. With the lesser amount of 226 versus what we projected of some 298 million, what is that delta in reference to the GRS restricted account? We won't be able to give them 158 million, correct?
We expect to completely fund the GRS note as scheduled.
How?
We will manage the resources to make sure. Remember, this is a temporary adjustment, so to speak, because we fully expect that the Congress will pass the extenders and the rate will go back to the 1325. But we fully expect to be able to pay GRS.
So based on the 226, I know we're doing the capitalized interest and all of that, so we're not paying debt service per se this year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and how much do you estimate for the marketing and molasses subsidy, et cetera? How much out of that 226, what would be that amount or that percentage that would go to the rum companies?
I said we wait for the calculation agents to perform their tasks. They're the ones that are employed to do that. And once we have those firm numbers, then we know exactly how much is going to them and how much would be coming to the government.
Based on the numbers of 158 going to GRS, there's only $68 million left. Do you think that with the present structure that we have in terms of the percentage for marketing and subsidy that it's going to be 68 million or less when they're getting 50%?
Senator, as I indicated, we have not done any calculations at this point. We are awaiting the calculation agents' reports to determine exactly how the funds will be allocated.
Okay. I know at that amount I would be panicking and I would be asking the calculating agents to immediately begin to work on those figures. And I know with your expertise, Mr. Simmons, I know you could figure it out maybe in 5 minutes with a calculator right there, right now. Andrew?
But we won't want to make the decisions based without the actual calculation agents' reports.
Yeah, I just wanted a rough estimate. Let me ask the next question. In the way that the GRS restricted account was structured, are we mandated by any particular figure per year?
Yeah, the debt service is 158 million, but the The note provides that if that $158 million is not available, then it could be made up at a later date.
Okay, but would the burden fall on the general fund?
No, we don't expect that it will.
Not that you don't expect that it will. If it doesn't materialize, does it fall on the general fund? The way that the note is structured. If we don't get a 1325 for next year, what does it fall on the general fund?
No.
Okay. Thank you. And point of inquiry, Senator DeGraff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Simmons, again, you say it doesn't fall in the general fund. What happens in that event then? Because the way I see it, it will fall in the general fund.
The GRS note is payable from the cover over receipts from the matching fund.
Correct.
That is the sole source pledge to pay the GRS note.
Correct. And based on what we have now, the 1325 versus the 1050, where does that shortfall be made up?
As I indicated previously, we completely expect to pay the full amount of the GRS note when it comes due in October.
The full amount at 1050?
No, Senator.
The full amount of the $158 million.
Correct.
You can't pay what you don't have, but thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
So you're expecting that the amount will be increased by October 1st?
Senator, so I'll jump in. We are expecting that the delegate will continue to push to have it approved by then.
By October 1st?
That is our hope. However, we do feel...
And if that hope isn't realized?
Yes, I was about to say, we feel that we do have enough funding within the PFA to be able to make the payment without having an issue or it coming on the general fund.
Stop there. You said in the PFA.
Yes, so
not the Internal Revenue Matching Fund.
The matching fund. That's so. If I could finish, please.
Go ahead.
I did send a proposed bill to reappropriate those sums that had been appropriated to GERS over the last 2 years from the matching fund. I've sent the bill should be coming to the legislature, to the Senate President for action. That in and of itself is about 25 or something like that, $1 million.
That's a UVI subsidy, the 10 million, et cetera.
Yes, et cetera. Those funds will be used to offset if there is a shortage and it doesn't take effect, or the 1325 doesn't take effect by October 1st, that funding is available once this body does give the appropriation change to pay or continue to help to pay that sum. So there will not be a shortfall. That money is there.
Hold up. When we were structuring this whole, and colleagues, I'm sorry, when we were structuring this whole particular deal, we backed out all of those numbers. That is why you included those numbers in the general fund budget. So now you're saying that it's available still?
In 2022, it is available, and Mr. Simmons can speak to how it was structured so that we did not have to use the appropriations for 22 to offset the cost. We have the funding in fiscal year 2022, which is why I'm sending that bill, so we can make the change to the appropriations, and that funding will go towards paying the debt.
What's the amount in that account?
In which account, Senator?
Internal Revenue Matching Fund.
So the funds to be moved is 25 plus about 45 million, I believe. That's supposed to be moved.
Okay, but
as in reappropriated.
Okay, but the 45 million. Look at your revenue chart. The 45 million you have as a part of the 908. It's here in the revenue chart.
No, Senator. That's completely different. The Internal Revenue Matching Fund actual dollars.
Okay, hold up. There's a 45 million that we originally was transferring, and you're saying now the 10 plus the other sits there.
Yes, Senator.
The 10 plus the 3 million to UVI.
Correct. It's still available at the PFA.
So when you gave the $89 million to retirement, I know we're going to back out the $3 million, the $10 million. You're going to back that out, but it hasn't passed yet. But you have not given UVI the subsidy, the $3 million, and the St. Croix capital projects. Have you given that $1.5 million to all of those?
Yes, Senator. Those have been paid out as appropriated. The $3 million that is on that draft bill for UVI was actually from fiscal year 2020 when the university was shut down, and they never did request it, and they said they don't have a need for it at this point because of COVID. That's when the university was closed. So that's what that $3 million is. But the 2022 $3 million has been given to UVI. The St. Croix Capital has gotten that 1.5. The St. Thomas Capital has gotten the million.
So the only monies I'm seeing is the $10 million.
The $10 million
and the
for 22.
And the $3 million from before.
Right. So it's $10 million from 22, $10 million from 21, $3 million from 20 for UVI, and $1 million from, I think, 2020 or 2019 that was also for GERS.
So you did not give the 10 and 21?
No, because that's when we were doing the restructuring. So no, I did not.
Do something else?
I did not. I'll be honest and tell you I did not.
Okay, so I'm calculating about 24 million. I think we'll still be a bit short.
25, about $25 million.
And so, I'm estimating that we're like 40 something short for the 158, but I'll get the numbers when the calculation agency come in. Mr. Simmons, last question. When did the extender expire?
It expired December 31st.
And how long we had that extender? From what year?
That was from 2016, I believe.
2016, 2017. So we knew 2017.
Well, I think it expired of December 2016.
And the current expiration is December 30th, 2021, correct?
Right. That's when it expired.
So we knew for 5 years that it was going to expire December 30th, 2021. It expired for the last 8 months. Congress is going on recess, but we believe that we'll get it done by October.
Well, the Congress takes up the extenders continuously every year. This extender was included in the Build Back Better bill
which is languishing.
Proposed. Excuse me?
I said which hasn't gone anywhere, and they actually took portions of the bill and came up with the Inflation Act, the climate portion, etc. And there were some tax extenders in that particular bill, right?
Yeah, well, but the tax extenders were taken out. The bill didn't pass, but the few things that did pass, the tax extenders wasn't part of it. But what I'm saying is that this is not a process that is just going to happen for the Virgin Islands cover over tax.
It's also Puerto Rico. I know.
Well, no, but I'm saying that there are other taxes that face the same dilemma every couple of years with having to get Congress extended. So it is not only the rum tax that's being taken up; it's a whole bunch of other extenders that are included. So we, like I said, we fully expect that that's going to happen.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to recognize Senator Donifred Gregory. Thank you for coming. Senator Blyden, you're recognized. Whenever you come and I call your name, that means you're present.
Senator Viola, did you want the balance on the...
It is a given that once you're here, your letter was read into the record. You are noted as being tardy. So once I acknowledge that you're here, you're present. My Madam Clerk is quite smart enough and sharp to know that if I call your name, you're present, that you can't mark you absent, Madam President, in your red. So thank you so much.
The insurance guarantee?
Director O'Neill? I'm coming right now. Director O'Neill.
The insurance guarantee fund, based on the fund balance report for June 30th, revenues collected through June 30th was $15.6 million, which had the balance at that point of 49.5.
And you have already withdrawn the 16.3?
Yes, Senator. On average, the fund brings about $22 million per year.
Okay, so I think your $6 million is off. So we will adjust that tomorrow in discussion, based on the balance and based on how much you project to collect.
To 50? Remember, it goes to 50.
You're 49.5 right now. 500,000, you're at 50.
Right. And we only have about roughly $6 million more to collect if we're averaging $22 million. So we
you'll be
really
at-
don't have, we'll be at 56, and the law would require us to keep 50. So we only have 6.
Plus what you collect for next fiscal year.
No, but that still has to maintain.
We'll talk.
Yeah, because remember, there are expenditures, Senator, that on average about $18 million paid out in 21 and continuing to be paid. So it's really not a whole lot of.
Okay. I'm sure a senator will get to why we're still paying up to now. So somebody will ask that question. Senator Sarro, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If this was asked before, then just cut me off. I couldn't find my handy dandy book. Director O'Neill, I asked this of you yesterday, and Commissioner Bruce, the July reports, the Internal Revenue Matching Fund had that $38 million. Did we talk about that? Was that discussed?
No, we did not.
So if you could explain to me, given the fact that we pledged over the matching funds, and the revenue report for finance does have the $38 million for the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. If you could explain to me how we categorize that, and just give me some.
Yes. So thank you for the question, Senator. We did. You did bring it up yesterday, and so I did some research. And what happened is that the $13.2 million was transferred, or let me not say transferred. It was recorded by the Department of Finance on October 8th, 2021. But it was really it was the transfer for fiscal year 2021. Because of the way it was recorded, it's showing on finance's reports as fiscal year 22, but it's really not for fiscal year 22. So I've asked them to make the adjustment of that 13.8 million back to 21 so that it keeps it clear. It's not supposed to be recorded in 22's transfers or collections from the matching fund.
So that would so you're going to change the entire, I guess, Commissioner Bruce, you're going to change the entire revenue report for July then, because the numbers would be off by, I think, some 38.2 million, correct?
No, it's 13.
Oh, 13, sorry.
13.8 million.
So you had 13.8, but the revenue report has 38 million.
Correct. We haven't transferred that.
Oh, you haven't. Okay.
Correct. We've only the fund balance that's shown at finance and the fund balance at the PFA are entirely different. The fund balance at the Department of Finance is only what funds have been moved to the Department of Finance. It's not what's in the actual matching fund. That is housed at the Public Finance Authority.
Thank you for the calm response this morning.
You're quite welcome.
Everybody drank some. Seemed like everybody drank some tea this morning before we got here, with the exception of Madam President. She drank some type of hot sauce or something. I'm coming now, Senator Fred Gregory. Okay, we're talking about a lot of different buckets of money. I don't want the confusion. When we did the original budget, after we identified how much is going to go to the capital development funds, et cetera, there was $40-something million that was earmarked for the general fund to be transferred from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund.
Correct.
That is separate and apart from the $10 million per the bill and the $3 million for UVI, et cetera. You did not transfer the $10 million for fiscal year 21 and
22,
which is 20.
Correct. Correct.
But I think 22 was already accounted for. We'll talk about that after. And you did not transfer the $3 million for UVI subsidy in 21?
20.
In 20. Okay, and what else did you not transfer? That's 23 million.
And there was $1 million also for GERS. That was, it's that part of that 6 million.
No, the $1 million was left back when you were waiting for
Correct.
stuff. Okay,
Yes,
so that's 24.
Yes.
Okay. So colleagues, that is where that extra 24 is coming from. So there was actually a transfer of the 45 million that we...
No, I have not transferred $45 million. I've transferred $25 million. So there is an additional $20 million that still remains.
Okay, so look at your revenue report.
But Senator, so that is projections. So if we're sending the report to move that, I'm not including, it won't be included by the end of the year.
So then it wouldn't be 908?
It will be. It's different buckets of money.
Point of inquiry. No, we'll get it. That's what this meeting is for. Senator Francis, you go ahead. You recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the financial team, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Morning, Senator.
I guess it's necessary for me to say kudos to the financial team. That certainly we're in a better position today that we have certainly projected, and I must say that equally on this side, I think that our due diligence have supported and assisted in this endeavor, so it's a collective effort. Director O'Neill, in respect to the rainy day fund, how much do we have in the rainy day fund, and is there any increase to the rainy day fund?
So currently we have $11 million. And Commissioner Bruce can confirm this, but to my knowledge, the $5 million is appropriated for fiscal year 22 has not yet been transferred. Usually finance does those at the end of the fiscal year. So by the end of September, we should have $16 million in the rainy day fund. Relative to an increase, I would love to increase it. But in paying out all these outstanding obligations that continue to pop up, judgments here and there, it makes it hard to add additional sums to that right now. So I'm committed to at minimum putting $5 million.
Very well. And you spoke about some of the key indicators that make us stronger as we bounce back this year. Can you expound on some of those? I know that you mentioned a couple in your testimony, but can you speak about some of the specific areas that we have seen improvement?
So I'll ask Director Degazan to jump in. I know I mentioned specifically tourism. So Director Degazan, can you speak to those economic indicators?
Yes. Good morning. Degazan, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. As we look at unemployment, we see that through the month of June, that there was no per month change. However, we see that St. Croix, it's a 7.5%, which went down from 7.8%. St. Thomas, St. John was 5.9%. It's down now to 5.5%. So we see the unemployment variable indicators with a change there. Our hotel occupancy numbers continue to increase, as well as our air arrivals. We spoke about the GDP the last time we were here, and we are going to be in the process of collecting the information to have more specific data for that. The GDP, from an economic review standpoint, those are the numbers that we basically looked at. The unemployment rate, the hotel occupancy, air arrivals, and then in our testimony, we spoke about gross receipts, and we showed why there was an impact there. And those are the variables that we look at that we're able to speak specifically to the economy.
Thank you. Any additional, Director O'Neill?
No, Senator.
Very well. So the opera funding, and I know that we're talking about subsidizing WAPA at the tune of how much again? It's 48 million? 4 million per month?
No, that's WAPA's request. That's not what we have paid. We've given WAPA about $26 million. About $28 million, which included the $6 million to purchase the generating unit. That's about it for right now. We do not have a current agreement, a grant award with WAPA. They are asking for additional sums, and I do have to have a meeting with the governor and chief of staff on this later today because they are saying it's critical. But I've also asked WAPA to provide me with a list of information that's required before we can proceed with additional funding requests.
Okay. That's more than the matter beside the pistol. All right. Personnel. As we vetted this budget over the last several weeks, we continue to see a large amount of vacancies through government. How critical and important is the hiring of personnel, and what is being done to ramp up the hiring of personnel again, so that we could continue to see the increases in our tax roll and being able to support GRS and everything else that's involved in this.
2 minutes.
Good morning, Cindy Richardson, Division of Personnel. I will say that, when we were here back in June, we did talk about at least 636 hiring actions. To date, that number is up to 778, with about 437 new employees. So recently, we've been just trying to recruit. So Division of Personnel is holding actually one today on St. Croix, and we did one a couple days ago on St. Thomas on the 25th, and we had at least 270 people walk through our doors and register with us. So we're going to be working it from that way. And I will say, based on the trending of the data that I've seen, we've seen an increase in hiring from the various agencies within the last third and fourth quarter of the fiscal year.
Okay, very well. And in respect to disaster recovery, Director Williams, again, can you just quickly touch on some of the areas of focus as we go into fiscal year 2023 that we're endeavoring to make sure that we're improving upon the disaster recovery projects?
Sure. Adrienne Williams, Octalin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. We are very focused on pushing through some key projects and ensuring that payments are processed within a 45-day time frame. We're looking at the first school that is getting constructed, to closing out a number of these park projects, getting our several hospital projects started, and also the completion of the temporary facility on St. Croix. And in addition to that, we have several FEMA road projects that have been pending for a while that are now commenced and moving forward, and making sure that these projects stay in line with the project schedules that have been provided.
Very well. And as my time wrap up, I just really want to ask quickly
Time.
The LGO office, Mr. Chair, if I could just conclude. The Lieutenant Governor's office, online payments, have you resolved the issue with online payment?
Senator, the tax collector, would you like to field that question?
Okay, well, good afternoon. Good morning, Senator. Brent Latham, tax collector. The online payment situation has not yet been activated, so we still expect it at any time. It's in the final stages, so we hope to have that as soon as possible.
Very well. My time has been called, but I'll ask that we continue to make that a priority. I think it's long overdue, and we really need to step up on that, because we have people that's sitting and waiting off island that's willing to pay their property taxes, and it's really creating a hindrance. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Yes, Senator.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to my colleagues.
Good morning.
I want to go back to the question that the Vice President asked about the online payment. How long have we been having this discussion, and what is the challenge with getting this online payment? What is the real challenge? I mean, we keep hearing about this. The responses remain the same, and we can't continue to say, okay, we hope that it's going to come online at some point. What's the true issue, and when can we expect to see some true movement on this? It's time.
Yes, Senator. We understand the importance of it, and we expect that it should be active within the next few days. We are in the final stages of having that done and activated and tested by the vendor. And so we're just a couple of days away from that, Senator.
So when we call you next week, so today's what? Today's Tuesday, Wednesday? So what is that?
Yes,
it
Senator.
is? Usually when you're working with a vendor, you have a contract with a vendor. What's the timeline? The vendor gonna give you the rollout when? Don't give me a few days. I'm done with hearing that. What does that mean? What is the timeline that you have with a vendor? What is the timeline? If there's none, just be upfront and say there's none.
There is a timeline, Senator, and we had a few things that we had to do on our end in order to provide the vendor.
Timeline. When are you going to do what you have to do? It was only one point of inquiry. Timeline.
Well,
please.
We had already indicated that it would be done this month, within the month of August. So we're here at the end, and so we do expect in the next couple of days, Senator, that it will be active.
That response is unsatisfactory. We can't keep. If we have a contract, we should be able to say that we've asked the vendor to turn this on the 10th, on the 11th. What is that date?
Senator, may I?
And if the government isn't doing their part so the turn on can't happen, let's hear it.
No,
it's time.
Okay, 1 minute.
Right, so we're
thank
working.
You, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Commissioner Bruce.
We're working with the consultant. We are rolling out. We've done some testing. Every time there is some glitch or something wrong, we ask them to stop so that we can fix everything. We do not want to roll it out and there be some problems and then we have to stop. So it should have been on by now. The timeline is the end of August, but there are little things that keep making us stop, and I would rather them stop now than it roll out and something go wrong. So that's really the delay, just all the last minute testing. We got to fix this one thing. They go back to networking, they fix it, they go back to the consultant. So it's just a sort of back and forth to make sure everything is smooth.
So the glitches are on the vendor side, or is it something that the GPI need to fix?
Security issues, and it's just testing, and it's just, I know that you all have gone through, new security, new software, doing an update or anything like that. So it's just all the last minute testing. So if we get past the end of August and we're not, then, we can be.
Today's the end of August. Today's the end. So we passed the end of August. So let's, by September 10th, we should have this up and running. What do you suppose, Mr. Leland?
Yes, Senator. We feel confident that in the next couple of days, say before the 10th of September, we should have this up and running.
Thank you. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning. Director O'Neill and all other testifiers there with you. And thank you so much for your testimony. Before I go into my line of questioning, I want to honestly say I do appreciate, Mr. Chair, the budget season. I like diving into the numbers. I like the vetting process. And it basically shows that in terms of the vetting process, it shows everything is related and interconnected. I'm here looking at the numbers, and the projections, etc. And it's so critical that we fill our vacancies because that affects the individual income tax, etc., and overall revenues. Also, in respect to the vetting process and us as the legislature assuring that there is capacity in every department, and every department and government is right-sized. You know, I remember last budget season, we did our best to fill critical vacancies, etc. And I believe that's part of the reason why we have seen such great numbers in terms of revenue and income. And lastly, the hurricane and pandemic have been a blessing in disguise, in my opinion. It has brought so many revenue in terms of federal funds, and that's why it's so critical, and that's why we, as senators, stress utilizing the federal fund and ensuring that we spend all federal funds, and that's send back a penny. That way we can utilize our local funds in many other ways. But nonetheless, let me go into my line of questioning. Director O'Neill, you spoke in respect to the unemployment rate edging down to 6.1% out of today's date. What were the unemployment numbers this time last year? Do you remember?
Director Degazan, unemployment numbers last year?
Around this time last year.
I actually have right in front of me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me look here. Okay, so we have an over the year decrease. So May 2022 estimate of 6.6 and an over the year decrease of 2.6 since June 2021 of 9.2.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. And also directly spoke in terms of the excise taxes, and you expect it to be higher than what it is right now. What number would you say you would like to see that in respect to excise tax? And what do you believe is the reason why it's not where it needs to be, in your opinion? Precisely. Succinctly, sorry.
So for excise taxes, I actually expect it to be a minimum of $40 million. Obviously more. But I recognize what's been happening is with the supply chain issues ongoing, there's a lot of supplies that just aren't coming in. And if the shipments aren't coming in, we can't collect the excise. So that's a huge part of the problem.
And I mean, haven't had a time to really go through numbers, but I'm looking at the chart briefly, and I'm looking at income taxes, the revenue category, right? And when it came to the 2022 projection by this body, the legislature, we projected 433,700,000. And year-to-date projection is 524,891. That's a good thing. But let me ask, in respect to the corporate and individual, when it comes to corporate income tax, we predicted 65,000, but year-to-date 115,000. What's that difference? Where is that coming from? And we are also predicting 116, which is a million more for 23 fiscal year in income tax.
Director Lee, can you speak to the corporate?
That's a large difference. I want to know where that's coming
taxes
from.
Good day, Senator. This is Director Joel Lee for the Bureau of Internal Revenue. In a nutshell, we had just so you know how the filing of taxes work. With income tax, you file in the year after the economic activity occurs. In 2021, there was a significant catch-up of payments, significant dollar amounts for FEMA-related projects. So because those payments of being caught up for a couple of years was made in 2021, that now translates into the income tax that are filed this year. That's why there was a significant. Now, it's an anomaly. It's not going to happen necessarily again, but last year was a big catch-up for a couple of years worth of activity.
Okay, very well. And quickly, Dr. Degazan, let me ask you quickly in respect to the numbers. And we know as of yesterday, we approved the bill that deals with former Frenchman Reef, the West End. We're going to bring online an extra 480 plus rooms. And we know Sugar Bay is gearing up to also to come back online, and other hotels, etc. Are those numbers included in these projections moving forward? to include individual income tax, corporate income tax, and all other taxes related?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. These numbers here do not include that information since it was as of yesterday. However, if we come back at the end of the quarter, we would have included that information. But we really include information that we know for a fact is in and open and available, because the numbers are based on rooms that are available and the percentages come from there. But as an economic outlook, we would take that into consideration.
Well, I appreciate the answer, but at the same time, moving forward, these are projections, and we project based on plan, and we know that these hotels and other entities going to come back online, to include hopefully Lime Tree. So I would like to see, based on our projections, we include these numbers. That way we could have a clearer path forward in terms of the numbers and scrubbing the numbers. So moving forward, you also need to look at all these potential investments and opportunities moving forward in terms of assuring that the numbers are more tight. So I appreciate that. And before my time is called, let me go to Director Octalin. Good morning. Let me ask you, in terms of many of the projects you have online, you have many projects. You're covering it over, especially in HFA. I want to stop right there, because I see the construction, when it comes to income we have construction, a lot of construction going on. And the director spoke to it slowing down, but I see it ramping up, especially if we do what we're supposed to do moving forward. That number needs to be way higher, in my opinion. What's going on in that space, Director Acton, looking forward in the next 12 months? And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for
Sure. Thank you for that question, Senator. Where we're looking at is rolling out those. We have about 50 of the 200 homes that are already moving. We expect that 150 additional homes to be in construction within the next 4 to 5 months. We're also looking at solicitations being issued for developers for several of the properties that are within the Housing Finance Authority's inventory, to include like Whispering Hills on St. Thomas, on St. Croix, several properties that they have there as well, so that they can begin developing individual homes for sale. So we anticipate that single-family homes or multifamily homes will be increased.
Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you, Ms. Senator Blyden. So, Director O'Neill, you're only projecting $5 billion more in revenues from anticipated projects for next fiscal year versus this fiscal year.
Well, yes and no. It's not just that one line for projects. Some of it is actually included in the income tax line. So, and other taxes. So you'll see that there are increases in those as well. The projects, because of the way the projects are, remember that it's not just income, it's not just gross receipts, it's across many different categories.
I just asked you a number. You have a conservative number.
It's a lot more than just $5 million. We've put $5 million more just on
in that category, but you have factored it into other categories.
Other categories, correct.
Senator James.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. It was referenced in your testimony about the ARPA funds and what you're using it for. But my question to you, as far as roads, as you mentioned, how much of the ARPA funds have been used for roads? How much you have allocated just for roads in the territory?
So far, I think about $20 million has been spent on roads. There is some additional funding it's more like water projects, which will also tie into some of the roads, because you have to repair the roads when you do the water projects. So there'll still be road work, but $20 million so far. And there is additional monies that will be spent on roads.
And you have an estimate of how much that last amount will be as far as the overall amount? When you factor in the 20 million and what you're projecting, you have a projection?
The water projects?
Yeah, you have a projection?
The water projects, I think, are about $40 million that we put aside for some specific water projects, so water line expansion down to Bordeaux and some other areas on St. Croix. So I think it's about 40 million for that, or 48 million, plus the 20 we've already spent on roads. And I think there's another category that also deals with roads, actually on the WAPA as well, that will have so more than just that 48, 68 will be spent.
And I'm happy to know that, because you referenced that 2022 is shaping up to be a stronger bounce back year. And as we speak about revenues and what have you, we need to focus on our infrastructure. And as far as the forecast of anticipated revenues as of August 2022, we have this sheet before us. And I see here where you have transfers out for WAPA Street Light. Can you just elaborate what we have planned there for FY 2023 projection? The utilization of those transfer out funds?
So WAPA sends a bill to the Department of Finance for street lighting. I'm not exactly certain how much has been paid, so Commissioner Bruce may be able to better.
I'm good with that. I just need to know what was going on there. And I just want to drill down some more as we speak about WAPA Street Light. I know it was made mention by Commissioner Derek Gabriel that $1.5 million should be allocated towards bringing back the street lights for the Melvin Evans Highway, the Governor Melvin Evans Highway. Was the Department of Public Works able to draw down on those funds? They received those funds already?
To my understanding, I think, and Director Williams Oxelin may be able to jump in here, but sure. I think it's that's a federal grant. Director Williams?
I can take it. So that project is currently underway. It's been awarded to VI Paving. It's incorporated in the Williams Delight to Good Hope portion. What VI Paving is doing now is assessing the lights and repairing the ones that can be repaired, and then they'll be replacing all of the equipment for those that cannot be repaired. That project is slightly affected by supply chain issues. That's why they're moving forward to repairs, the ones that they can repair first.
Thank you for placing the status of the streetlight project for the Governor Melvin Evans Highway and the funding source. Once again, infrastructure is very important. And as we speak about infrastructure, I see here in the document that you submitted for general fund expenditure by department, as you referenced the Wang Louis Hospital, you mentioned the FY 2023 proposed and update budget wrap. Have you had a conversation? Because I know the Governor Wang Louis Hospital team came before us for budget hearings, and they were a little modest in their requests. But as far as the conversation we had with them ever since that budget hearing, did they came back to the administration to make sure that we are giving them adequate funding to move forward with the Governor Wang Louis Hospital?
So, Senator, I will tell you that both hospitals continue to express a need for additional sums. From the board perspective and from the OMB perspective, I've been working with them to see how we can address a number of their issues. There is still some funding available to both hospitals at PFA from some old bond issuances that they have access to. So I've asked them to reach out to request those to help with some of the things that they're doing. And that's also one of the reasons why I brought those judgments and settlements yesterday. So we're trying to help them in other
2
ways,
minutes.
even if we can't increase their allotment to be able to assist them in paying other things that they wouldn't have to worry about.
Thank you for placing that on the record. Once again, infrastructure is very important moving forward. And I know when it came to the $5 million, we can't remember the act number, but I think it was the good finance chair appropriated $5 million to go towards the schools, and it was told by the administration that they plan to reprogram those funds. You ever had any conversation with them regarding reprogramming that $5 million that goes towards maintaining our public schools?
I'm not sure what that one is. Oh, okay, yes. So that is actually, we do have a draft bill to send. It probably won't get here before this is done. But we do have a draft bill just to reprogram. What we need to do with the school money in particular is to just lump sum it to have St. Croix education projects and St. Thomas education projects instead of individual schools. The reason for that is when bids are coming in, they're coming in more than those specific line items. And so that inhibits the Department of Education from moving forward for that particular school. That's why we need to bring it and just have a lump sum for St. Croix and a lump sum for St. Thomas so they can be free to do whatever schools need to be done without being limited.
Thank you. We look forward to that. And I must commend the 33rd legislature and the 34th legislature of the Virgin Islands when it came to the medicinal cannabis legislation and getting the nominees for the boards and what have you in place. I hope and pray one day when I look in the section for general fund revenue detail and they have cannabis tax, I can see some figures there. And as we speak about cannabis tax, I just want to wrap up quick. I know my time is going to be called. I'm just calling on the executive branch to please work diligently to push those permits that we have, pending business license, and anything that speaks to positive economic growth and development. The reason why I'm saying that, the other islands are gearing up. We were bragging and we were saying during the pandemic, we got all those people coming in because the other islands, they were closed. And we have to improve our infrastructure, our hospital, our roads, our street lights to be competitive with those other islands. And last but not least, I really hope and pray that my good colleague on the other side of the aisle can bring the adult cannabis legislation so we can either vote it up or down before the 34th legislature of the Virgin Islands comes to an end. Because we need revenues. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Somehow I missed that and it sounded like it was kind of interesting. Let's move to and I'll comment. What I vote up or down after having discussion with Colorado and the process. If it's voted up and it passed, it takes 2 years in order to get the whole system implemented. So there is a period of time. But this budget and in the cannabis category, it got 0. So let's move on with the issues. Check it yourself. You check it again. Senator Sarah, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Let me see.
Director O'Neill, what's the overall amount in vacancy savings we'll see this year from the 2022 fiscal year?
Senator, that number continues to change.
What's your last number? Give me a ballpark.
In terms of vacancy savings? Vacancy savings probably, I'm going to estimate around 50 million, and then there were some other things, but yeah, about $50 million is
50,
what I would
And how much of the
estimate.
vacancy savings have we used?
We've submitted some
Hold a
appropriation.
second for me. Hold my time. Because the president don't like when we talking during session, and I talking now.
Please allow the senator to ask her questions without interruption or interference. You may proceed, Senator Sarah.
So in the vacancy savings of the roughly 50 million, how much have we utilized for the FY 2022 budget?
It varies. We've submitted some appropriation transfers. I know education has one for about $6 million. It's moving from personnel. I think I submitted one for human services for about $4 million also from personnel. That's about 10.
So how much do we have left over? Of the 50 million and between the funds transfers, roughly how much would we
On
have
vacancy savings?
Unused, yes.
Well, on vacancy savings, probably, I don't know, maybe about 20, 30, close to that. It depends.
Roughly 20, 30 million?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very rough estimates.
Okay. Now, Insurance Director Richardson, I don't know if this question is for you or not. It's for actually the insurance board, but any increase? Have any talks with the GSC board?
Yes. So there's an increase just on the medical is at 4.9, but the government is if they're going to do that increase, you're going to see it's going to be about 5.8, and that's equivalent to $6,952,893, which was outlined in our testimony.
You're ready for me today. Okay. Now let's jump to IRB really quick. Director Lee, tax errors. Last budget season, you had 3,504 in gross receipts and 2,837 in corporate. Have you reduced those numbers in tax errors?
Yes, we're going to take a different position. I don't have the number. I'll reach out to my staff to find out. But yes, we have reduced them, and I do plan to reduce them even further.
Okay, so you don't have the total amount of tax errors you have?
No, not on me right this second.
Because I need to know what your tax errors translates to in dollar figures, because that's money on the street.
I will get that for you.
Director, you lead the financial team. You understand the importance of resolving the tax errors over at IRB? That's not your job, but I'm telling you.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Now, property taxes, Mr. Laird.
Yes, Senator.
Based on this number here, you are way off in your actuals and your projected. Is your actual still 35.6?
My actuals as of yesterday is 44.1 million.
Okay, so your actual is 44.1 million. You are roughly 12 million off.
Yes, Senator. When I was before this body on the 27th of July, we were 28 million off. So right now we are about 14 million from our target.
So you're positive you're gonna collect your 40 million by September 30th to make the 58 million projection?
Yes, we are confident in our projection, Senator.
Okay. Let's go to the Board of Tax Review. How many appeals? Commissioner Bruce? Last year you had 307 appeals. What's your number now?
While we have large appeals, we have like 5 appellants. So some people just automatically submit an appeal every year so that they can have a review. So it's about the same every year.
So we're at 500?
No, not 500.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you the exact number where we're at right now because we did clear out a bunch of them.
Okay. Because I need to know what it transfers to in dollars as well. Let's jump to ODR. ODR last year you projected, Director Actaline? We projected last year 30 million in revenue from anticipated projects. What's your actuals to date?
19 million, Senator.
1 minute.
19 or
19.
90?
19.
Oh, okay. 19. Anticipated revenue last year, the question was 30 million they projected. The actual is actually 19 million. Okay. So what's the reason for falling $11 million short of your projected?
All of our projects have seen some significant delays due to supply chain issues. It is really a recurring situation as we move forward with all of these projects.
Okay, so what is given its reality, what is your projected revenue for 2023? Because don't give me a lofty number and then they come back and tell me supply chain issues again. So what's the realistic number for ODR projects?
So we're still projecting the 200 and that we'll have 274 projects that's ongoing. That includes projects that were supposed to be completed. So we're still standing by our number of 80 million.
Okay, and then workers' comp. Last year we owed 43 million in workers' comp. What's the plan to address the workers' comp issue? That's a real issue.
Senator, it is a real issue, and I continue to have conversations with Department of Labor. They actually just sent me a request for release, I think, yesterday. to transfer some of the $2 million that this body did appropriate for workers' comp outside of what's in a government insurance fund. Now, Commissioner Bruce can speak to the exact issues that's happening with the government insurance fund, why it cannot make those payments. But there's ongoing conversation between Finance, OMB, and Department of Labor.
Commissioner Bruce?
Time.
Yes, so if you remember that the base rate that computes the premium amounts is $8,424, which was set back in 1990, I believe. So we know that the minimum wage itself is way above that. So when the employers when we calculate the payments, we are doing calculations based on everyone's salary at $8,424. So that needs to be updated. We set a schedule.
Hold on a second, Mr. Chair, they're updated by who? The federal law or?
What's the?
So who has to update that? You want us to update the code?
Yes.
Oh, so you need a piece of legislation?
Yes.
Why nobody told us that before?
No, from what I understand, so this has been an issue before me, but from what I've understand, it's been talked about year after year. I know I mentioned it in my budget testimony the 2 times I've come before this body.
Is it possible for you to send us some correspondence? Send me some correspondence? Okay. Proceed with your response on the chair's time, please, with the workers' comp issue. Go ahead.
So that is the main issue there. We increase the actual rates, but that rate still is applied to the base rate of $8,424. So I will send correspondence. I know my director, Anthony Selkridge, has been working on this and had conversations over the years, and I'll send over some.
So we'll always get a deficit then?
Always.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, it's important. I asked about the insurance, and last year was a 4.3, and then Director Richardson told me roughly 6.5. Well,
6.9.
a lot of numbers. You gave me
6.9.
6.9. Okay, just for your edification. Thank you for the
Okay,
latitude.
thank you so much. And that 6.9 is in addition to what we've been putting aside every year, correct?
Correct. So I included it in the numbers.
Overall.
Yes.
Now, in reference to Department of Labor, you don't need to send us correspondence. You need to send us a bill. They have legal counsel. If they know it's an issue, draft the bill, send it to the legislature, send it to whoever, which senator would want to move it forward, and we can get it done as quick as possible. DOL should be working on that because they know that it is something that's affecting their department. We're not going to start, and they should know all the parameters within labor in which to draft that particular correspondence. So they have been talking about a lot of things for years, and they haven't been sending anything. And there's definitely legal counsel that is employed by Department of Labor. Mr. Laird, property tax, how much you collect thus far? We got 1 month to go.
Property taxes collected thus far is are you referring to the 2022 tax year, Senator?
No, total.
Correct. 2022 fiscal year.
2022 tax year collections right now is some 23.1 million for the 2022 tax year.
No, Mr. Latham, that's not what the senator is asking. How much have you collected in this fiscal year? Not for the tax year. How much have you collected in this fiscal year?
This fiscal year collections is 44.1 million.
So you expect to collect the next 14 million in September?
Yes, Senator.
And you expect to collect 60 million next tax year?
I'm sorry, Senator?
FY23, you expect to collect 60 million?
The target for FY23 is 61 million, Senator.
So with your online portal, you don't expect to bump that up?
Well, that is the reason why it's bumped up accordingly, because we expect with the online portal, we will be able to increase on some of the delinquencies that we have outstanding.
The tax bills are sent out when?
The tax
June
bills, the tax assessor could better answer that, please.
The tax bills were sent out June 1.
Okay, and it's a normalcy to have that type of collection in September of some 14 million?
We're bumping that up because some of the collections that we normally would have made before now, because of the online, did not happen yet, but we expect once in the next couple of days, once the online kicks in, that would in fact bump the September number higher, because the other months were lower because of that situation.
Senator DeGraff, and don't forget the actuals if you get it, just email it to us. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I would definitely like to start off too by saying thank you to the financial team. I know it's a lot of hard work. Come here, you take your blows, keep your chin up. But hey, thank you for sticking with it. Now, let's go right to wages. I like to, how many, Chief Negotiator, good morning. How many unions have negotiated for this year? And what was the total amount of money for their negotiations? Cost.
Good morning, Senator. Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator. You asked for year. You're talking about fiscal year, sir?
For this fiscal year, how many of them have negotiated? And what's the cost of that? And if you have to look for it, you have it?
I can tell you the amount of unions negotiated.
The amount of unions. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, 5.
5.
That covers seven contracts, sir. I can get you the total number on the cost of that.
Okay. Is Steelworkers Masters one of those unions?
We continue to negotiate on that one, sir.
Okay, so that's being worked on. Okay, and you don't have the cost, so we don't know how much money. So of those that were completed, who would know if they have been paid, if those individuals have been paid as yet?
I have knowledge of payment
Okay.
so far. On all except of those 5 unions, a note, so I want to clarify, although it's 5 unions, it's 1, 2, 5, 6, 7 contracts. 2 have been paid, which cover 4 contracts. The other contracts were recently completed, and so those will be paid in the near future.
Okay, so are we looking at retro for those?
No, Senator.
No? Okay, so they haven't come up yet?
No, Senator.
And the 2 that were paid for the 4 contracts, everyone was paid, or totally paid?
Yes, to my knowledge, sir.
Okay. I will get other names after, but I'll move forward. In regards to Director O'Neill, when you were speaking of the $24 million that was totaled up, is there interest that was garnered on that money? And if so, how much money? We had past monies that you didn't use based on the numbers we were hearing.
Right.
We total at $24 million roughly.
Right. So
Yeah.
no, Senator, there's no interest on that I'm aware of. I don't know. I don't really know where PFA holds the money. If there's interest, it might be really small. Interest is like less than 1%. So, yeah, it's not much.
Okay, so I could check with PFA after that. Now for income tax, Commissioner Bruce, do we have any checks in your department waiting to go out in terms of income tax payments?
Senator, not waiting, but in process this week. We should be sending out another batch of 12.7 million.
12.7 million for what year? What year for income tax?
Director Lee?
Director Lee, what year are we? That $12.7 million or checks?
$12.7 million.
Okay.
And that is for tax year 2020.
Okay, tax year 2020. So going forward, we have anything else to go out? Well, in this fiscal year. This will be the last of it for the fiscal year.
No, Senator. There's one more payment in about 2 weeks for another $12.5 million, or $12.3 million, that should include some of tax year 2021.
Okay, summer 21. Okay, and you said that's going out when?
In about 2 weeks.
In about 2 weeks. So we are looking at $25+ million between now and
just
the end
25. 25.
25. Okay, 25 million plus 25 million in income tax checks going out, in money going out.
2 minutes.
In terms of that, Director Lee, how much individuals would we be looking at for that? We have that broken down that way. The $12 million. How much checks are we talking about? People, individuals getting that money.
It was about 8,600 units for the 12.7, and then once they process the 12.3, then we'll know exactly how many units.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. Now, I basically also would like to know from Director O'Neill, you speak of, I know I've been hearing of a supplemental budget coming.
That was sent, actually, Senator. Those are some of the items that this body acted on last night.
Yeah,
no, you acted on them last night, which was the payments for the hospitals, those judgments for the hospitals, the payment to that other vendor for gasoline that was sitting for like 3 years.
Okay, good.
That was the supplemental. We've also submitted the appropriation transfers.
The total amount is how much for the supplemental budget?
It was about $5 million, if I'm not mistaken, close to over $5 million.
So that's in addition to the $934 million?
No. That was in this fiscal year, so
Right.
it doesn't affect the 934.
Okay, I got you saying. All right, thank you for that. And in the internal revenue matching, what we had zero for interest, also for Mr. Simmons, what we have zero there. There was no interest garnered, or all interest would still go to GERS as a part of that. I don't know if it was a part of the deal where it was done.
Senator, I'm not sure what interests you're talking about, though.
I've always heard Mr. Simmons in his reports mention about interest garnered.
Time.
And in closing, then I would have just two things. One, Mr. Latham, how much money was collected in delinquent property taxes?
Senator, the amount of money that was collected in delinquent property taxes thus far for this fiscal year is $21 million.
21 million delinquent. Okay, good. And finally, Director Octalin, timelines on Charlotte Kimmelman, the demolition of schools, starting of new schools, Bovoni roads. The Bovoni roads we have on BMV. If you could get that information out to the chair for me, if you have the timelines on those. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. What's the projected hotel occupancy tax for this year, Mr. Lee?
Good day, Senator. This is Director Lee. Let me look at the...
Okay, I'll give you a minute. And do you have preliminary numbers for August?
Yes, sir. I can have that posted immediately if you would like.
Yes, please post it.
Okay.
And total ARPA funds utilized thus far, out of the 547, how much?
Let me pull that up, Senator.
Ms. Springer, you said 4 contracts have been settled. Can you name which contracts? In reference that you spoke about settlement of contracts? No?
Settlement of contracts?
Oh, in terms of negotiation, have you concluded negotiation with any bargaining unit?
Yes. For what period, sir?
Recently.
Recently, would be, sorry, four bargaining units.
Right, so tell me the 4, please.
SIU, correction officers, the language portion. SIU.
Okay, wait.
assist-
SIU correction officers?
Yes, the language.
Or the language portion, because the pay was already concluded, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
SIU Assistant Attorneys General. USW Lottery Support Staff. And USW Lottery Supervisors.
Okay, and you're in negotiation with school lunch workers, food service workers?
I'm in negotiations with USW Masters, which does include some school lunch employees, I believe so, at the moment.
That's USW?
To verify, yes. Sorry, what's your question?
Which union is that? The USW, you said?
I'm in negotiation with USW Masters.
And that they represent the school lunch workers, the food service workers?
There are, I believe, let me verify that. I believe some may be under SIU Masters, but let me verify, sir.
Okay, and Bureau of Motor Vehicle?
They are under USW, more than one bargaining unit for USW.
Okay, and they're presently
Masters.
They're presently in negotiation also?
Yes, USW Masters.
Okay. Because I know when Bureau of Motor Vehicle came before us, they said that that contract has not been addressed since 2013. So I'm hoping that we can conclude that particular contract so we can know exactly what we need to do to fund that particular bargaining unit. They are way down on the totem pole, like 27,000 for some, 29, 30 for individuals that have been working for quite a while. Now, those are completed. Do you have a dollar amount that you could provide for us by Friday? Any of those are completed include compensation?
Yes.
So would you be able to provide the amount, or Director O'Neill, do you have that already calculated in the budget?
Yes, we've included under OMB, I think about $12 or $13 million specifically to deal with union increases.
Okay. Point of inquiry, Senator Sarro.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the revenue report, Director Degazan, briefly, on the economic infrastructure and impact fee, St. Thomas has recorded collections. St. Croix, apparently, I see a line across. Is that a mistake?
I don't think that is for me. Would Director O'Neill?
Sorry, Lee, Director Lee.
I'm trying to figure out exactly where you're referring to, Senator.
Don't worry, the question was answered. No time shares on St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me say very limited timeshares on St. Croix, because I know there's no one on the east.
So you said 0 for the whole?
So there should be some limited collection there. Director O'Neill.
Well, not specific to that, but we can look into that one.
So hold on
Senator
one
Sarro asked.
second. Director Lee, are there any, to your knowledge, any timeshare units on St. Croix?
Yes, Senator, that is the hotel on the Key, and that's the one that's in the lease renewal process.
Fair enough.
So I have to check with them.
It says 0.
Yes, okay.
But it's very limited, as you said, simply because of.
We should have some small collection, because there's one, there is hotel on the Key, and there's one on the eastern part of the island. So good observation, Senator. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the conversation. It sort of got disrupted around the salary increases and the union negotiations and the compensation. I think there was a question that was asked of Director O'Neill, but for clarification, I need to understand, based on the presentations that came before us thus far, does any of the budgets or the budget recommendation that came before us do they already have those increases in there?
In the departments, no. Under OMB, in the miscellaneous section, yes.
So they have not, so the employees have not received their salary increases to date?
Oh, sorry, Senator. Well,
yes,
those that were negotiated for already, most of them that had a cost, those have been paid. So that money has been transferred.
I'm trying to follow on Attorney Springett. So based on those that were recently negotiated, were those paid out to date? That's what I'm trying to understand. You follow me?
Yes,
so,
I follow
do we
you.
intend to pay any of those in fiscal year 2022? Because you indicated that you have 13 million and recommended in 23.
Correct.
But of that 13, is any of that to be backed back to 22? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator. No, Senator. The negotiations that were recently completed are for the next fiscal year.
So they're for the fiscal year 2023?
2023.
Yes, understood. And of that, you have set aside some 13 million to cover the universe of...
Yes.
All.
Correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of inquiry, Senator DeGraff.
The chair. So for the 2023 budget, but I asked if they were paid and they were owed any retro and everything, but he said no.
No, they're not. There's no retro.
Right.
What Attorney Springer is saying is those that she just completed, they begin or they take effect October 1. It's for the next fiscal year. There is no retro to pay because it begins in the next fiscal year. It's not in this fiscal year, so there's nothing to go back to pay.
Okay, so it's just in the budget.
Correct.
So then it should be removed from the budget, that 13 where it is.
No, it has to be in there so that it can be paid. If we remove it, then they won't get any
No, I
money.
mean remove like that. I mean subtracted then. That's what I mean. But I get what I'm saying. Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Senator. 1 minute. Director Springett, go ahead.
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator. Mr. Chair, your question regarding school lunch workers, you asked whether they're part of USW Masters. They are under SIU Masters, sir.
Okay, they're presently in negotiation also?
No, Senator.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Their contract is still current. They do have a wage reopener, though, that we have to negotiate.
Okay. I got to look back at the education budget. 'Cause I saw a number of those school lunch workers, 5-6 years, that are at the minimum salary of 27,000. I just met with a group of them, and then
Bear in mind that the contract was negotiated in fiscal year, I believe, 2018, and it's valid until 2023. Let me verify. Actually, I have it right here. It's valid until September 30th, 2023.
Okay, I will speak to you after to get some specifics. Director O'Neill.
Yes, Senator Violet. So the amount expended from APA so far, and let me not say so far, this was as of 2 weeks ago, trying to get I don't have any more recent than 2 weeks ago, and that was $95,125,462.
Okay. And you have the breakdown, right?
Yes, Senator. We have the list of approved projects and the amounts that we've paid. We haven't, even though we have approved projects of over $206 million, we release periodically, like maybe once a quarter or once every 2 months, depending on the need and the project and the status of it. So we have about $111 million so far remaining on those approved projects. Of course, we're approving every day other things. So, and that amount has gone up in the last 2 weeks because it also includes premium pay, and only showing $4 million here, and I'm over about $7 million already in premium pay. So I know it's higher than the number I just gave you.
Okay, can you email that to us?
I can get you some. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. While you're here, I've already received like 6 phone calls about premium pay, and I'm saying I don't know. I don't know. But the question is there a schedule as to when the Department of Health is going to get paid, education or labor or grocery stores? They just want to know if there's a schedule that you have
Senator,
established.
there was, initially I started out doing it on a schedule. Since probably within the last, about 2 weeks ago, I decided to just, in speaking with the governor, I said the schedule isn't working because the payments aren't getting out fast enough, because when we ask people to submit their W-9s, it takes a while. So what we did, I had the staff reach out to every employer and ask them to submit all of their W-9s. So now whatever comes in, we're processing. So I just signed yesterday, or last night actually, a number of payments, signed off on that. So there'll be a lot more checks coming out this week. There are both private and public sector employees. A number of departments and semi-autonomous entities are included in this batch for this week. Legislature is included for this week. Just so let me just put that there.
And that's good news for the legislature employees.
Legislature, Port Authority, DPNR, DPP, some healthcare, dentists, some other offices, and a number of others that were approved for this week. So they're coming out as fast as we can get the W-9s. We're moving on getting the payments out.
Yeah, thank you so much. Senator Carrigal, you said Senator, can I get his thanks for joining us on St. Croix? Senator Carrigal.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to the team, OMB.
Morning, Senator.
Let me ask you, Director, regards to miscellaneous section appropriation that was given for FY22. What's the status on that? How much of that has been expended or transferred out to corporate entities or organizations?
I'm gonna pull that up.
And if you are
for
seeing some savings in that, because I know you're cutting from here and there.
I am. So let me I'm gonna pull that up for you shortly.
And while you do that, I do notice that in the ARPA fund, there is provision allows us to provide award to nonprofit organizations also. If there's any consideration then to cut some from our budget and use some from the ARPA fund.
Oh, there's consideration for that. Absolutely. Whoever or whichever nonprofit submits a request for ARPA funds, we are looking at that and trying to grant as much as possible. The nonprofits actually don't have as much of a requirement as some other areas to get funds from ARPA. So we are looking at those requests that we receive and trying to get payments out to them quickly. We've already paid out to a number of nonprofit entities so far.
But what I was referring to is some that are included within the miscellaneous appropriation. If we can, instead of providing that from our general fund, use the ARPA fund to fill in those obligations that have been stipulated within the act that came out for miscellaneous fund. And
we wouldn't be able to do it unless they requested funding specifically from ARPA, just because of how the rules are.
Okay. So if you provide those numbers, and also would like to also know the numbers from the ARPA fund, what has been awarded.
Yeah, so what has been awarded, I have the numbers. What has been released so far from the miscellaneous section of the budget is 31.9 million, and we still have about 6.1 million that wasn't released as yet.
Okay.
Part of that 6 is actually the 2 million that I mentioned earlier when someone asked about the workers' comp. But some of that will obviously be spent. They asked for the release last night, so it's going to be less than 6 million. So there won't be a whole lot left in miscellaneous that's not released
And with the
in this fiscal year.
workman's comp, how much do we owe them?
That's a very good question. Department of I don't have the overall total of what's owed. I've asked Department of Labor to provide that. They said they're working on it. But in the interim, what we try to do is put $2 million to help them with those payments.
And with the ARPA fund, how much has been awarded to nonprofits? And when you do that, Chief Negotiator, Attorney Springett, for FY22, do we have any outstanding negotiations that we haven't fulfilled?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator. I don't understand your question, sir.
So I know the projections that we have, and most of the contracts that have been agreed upon begin on October 1st. So the projections that we have separated funds is for FY23. Is there any negotiations that are current for FY22 that began on October 1st of FY22 that we haven't paid?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Okay, very well, because I know sometimes we get in the habit of negotiating things that we can't then live up to or pay for. Director, you have those funds for me? Those numbers?
Yes, Senator. So the amounts awarded to nonprofits so far from ARPA is $1,625,590.
Be so kind to maybe provide the list of those nonprofits to this body through
Sure.
Chair? Thank you. Appreciate it. With regards to cannabis tax, I believe it's included in the FY23 revenue projection. I'm not sure if it's 6 or 10 million. Can't remember. 6
I reduced
million.
it to 6.
Do you view this as a realistic anticipation of the cost? Can this?
Honestly, yes, for mostly medicinal. They are in a process of really kicking that off. So I do expect that that entity and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs will move expeditiously to get us to that $6 million.
Okay. With regards to fringe benefits, as we were hearing different departments and agencies coming before this committee, each department had a different percentage, and some were a little bit kind of ridiculous, if I may say. Have your office revisited that with these departments and agencies to cut some of that excess and some of these percentage for fringe benefits?
Actually, it's in this year, it's probably the most accurate it has ever been. Those are actual numbers based on the employees and the level of insurance that they have. So for Department of Education, for instance, their fringe rate is over 50%. Those numbers are accurate based on the employees. You're looking at age in some cases and the cost of insurance. There's a lot of families. So there are different things that is taken into account. And so those rates, while it may look, I had the same reaction that you were having, that this is ridiculous. Like, how is fringe rate that high? Over 50%, but they are accurate numbers.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're confident and you guys have revisited that and you feel sure about that. With regards to, since you mentioned education, I know there were some funds from the CARES Act from Trench 1 and Trench 2. What's the status with that? How much has been expended? What's the balance?
I do not have those Department of Education numbers with me today. I can work with the entity to get it, but I don't have it with me.
Remaining COVID fund? Excuse me. Any remaining COVID fund?
The central government has no remaining CARES Act dollars. That from the roughly $75 million that was received, we've expended all.
All has been expended.
By the deadline, which was December 2021.
Time.
Last FY22 obligations and vendor payments. How are we?
I'm sorry.
Vendor payments, FY22 obligation or vendor payments.
Vendor payment. Okay, so Commissioner Bruce will jump in here, but I'll start by saying that those that I am aware of have been paid or are in the process of being paid. And Commissioner Bruce, you can chime in.
Yes. Número, cantidad, how much?
Oh, it fluctuates daily. So I can get you what the number is currently, but we make vendor payments within 10 days of receiving the invoices.
Yeah, we need that.
Okay.
That number.
I'll get it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Point of inquiry, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Testing 1, 2. Director O'Neill, in respect to the Transportation Trust Fund, I see consistently we have had $10 million across the board. However, projection for FY23 is $5 million. Why is that?
Yes, Senator. So we made a concerted effort for 23 to reduce and start reducing the amount that's transferred from the Transportation Trust Fund to the general fund so that we can allow for more money to stay in that fund and handle the roads. It has been traditionally, there's been not enough money for roads. So
enough said. I was hoping that was the answer to it. So
yes.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Hope of eliminating the entire transfer as we move forward.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good show.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. We're going to take a 2-minute recess. The Committee of Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. Committee of Finance is back on the record. We're going to go to the next senator. Senator Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone, especially our listening and viewing audience. Today's budget wrap-up. And I do have some probing questions to begin asking relative to some funding sources. And so if I could get some actuals as of date. I'm looking at your collection of excise tax. I know, Director O'Neill, you indicated that it had fallen a little short of your projection. But what is our total excise tax collection so far?
Director Lee, can you respond to that, please?
Good day, Senator. This is Joel Lee, Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue. The collection to date is 33.7 million.
Okay, 33.7 million. And you had a budgeted projection of how much for fiscal year 22?
34.8.
34.8. So you are going to actually possibly be within that projected budget.
Hopefully.
Okay, so that's one of the things I wanted to cover. And then your actuals for your stamp tax. Your stamp tax collection.
That's the Lieutenant Governor's office.
Oh, Lieutenant Governor's office. How much have you collected for year to date for stamp taxes? And make sure you indicate as of which date.
Okay, I'm sorry. My area does not cover that. I'm sorry. Ira Mills, tax assessor. The area for the stamp tax would be covered under the record of deeds.
And they're not here?
She was just here, and she would be logging on shortly.
Okay, I'll bypass her for the time being. Let's look at the actuals for year to date for the gross receipt taxes. Mr. Lee, that's you.
Yes, Senator. Oh, the gross receipts through a couple days ago would have been $207 million. 207.7.
207 or 270?
207.7.
Okay. All right. And I know we were talking about the hotel occupancy tax collection, where we are with that. Did you have a figure? I didn't remember.
Yes. The
okay.
Current hotel occupancy tax.
How much have you collected?
Once again, as of through a couple days ago, is 42 million.
Now, I want to go back to the insurance guarantee fund. I know in the previous conversations and in your testimony, Director O'Neill, you indicated that you're going to only look at transferring about 6 million?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And in transferring the 6 million, there'll be like a 10 million. We had projected a transfer of 16.3 million.
I'm sorry, for which fiscal year, Senator?
This fiscal year.
Yes, 16.3 million.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and you said also you represented that the revenue you've collected for the insurance guarantee fund is 16.6 million. Thus far, you mentioned that figure earlier when the chairman asked you. And you said the balance in the insurance guarantee fund as of, I think June, yes, is as of June, is 49.5 million. Is that as of June? I just want to make sure we're clear.
Yes, that was the fund balance report as of June 30th.
Okay, so I just did a little quick math, and it looks like you're collecting about $1.8 million every month. So I'm wondering if I'm looking at it and it looks as though you are going to meet that threshold of the 50 million that is supposed to be in that account and have some excess, maybe about 6 to 7 million over the $50 million threshold.
Correct, Senator. About $6 million, which is what we're projecting to transfer for fiscal year 23. $6 million.
Okay,
2 minutes.
Okay, 6 million. All right. And let me ask you another question regarding the WAPA single payee amount. How much is that? What is your total amount? Because I understand we're paying out about 24. How much have we paid out to WAPA from the ARPA funding? Was it $24 million you stated?
Yes, Senator. About $22 million to subsidize fuel purchase. And $6 million to purchase or help them purchase the generating unit that they had leased.
All right. And then I want to go back just to the bottom line here, because I looked at your general fund expenditure for 2023, and you have $934,216,545 in expenditure, which is in fact, of course, lower than your projections for 2023.
On the revenues?
Mm-hmm.
No, ma'am. The projection for revenues is 934.
No. Your expenditures is what I just quoted to you. But your revenue side, I'm just wondering how it's not balanced out. You have 228,386, which I estimated here is about $11,000. Do you normally have them both balance, the expenditures as well as the revenues?
No, Senator, no. I don't. I try my best not to fluff numbers to get it to the exact amount. We use projections, models, and whatever the models come up with, that is the number that we use, and then we have our expenditures. In this case, we're about, like you said, about $11,000. It's really insignificant. So
Right.
for all intents and purposes, it balances.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the chair was talking to me on purpose. He could take me out of my rhythm here. Here's something else, you know. Oh boy. Let's start with a. Yes.
Point of
thank
inquiry,
you.
Senator
Thank
Francis.
you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice President to the rescue. Chief Negotiator, in respect to negotiation, can you tell me one of our nurses who has been kicking and screaming, rightfully so, in regards to when they'll be able to come to the table or at least have some resolution to the negotiation, as well as the fire department?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator. In terms of the nurses, I expect to start those before the end of this fiscal year. I've provided the firefighters with a date in late October. I've provided the firefighters union with a date in late October.
Late October.
Yes, sir.
And the nurses is before?
I expect to start them before the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Very important. We need to retain all the current nurses that we have, and we're losing them monthly, weekly, to tell you the truth. So I think if we're able to resolve that particular negotiation, we'll have a better chance of retaining our nurses. Point of inquiry, Senator Sorrow.
Another president, she should have some time. Question, education. The funding for the, I wouldn't leave you alone. Funding for the substitute pool. Have you had a discussion with education on the vacancy crisis? It's a national crisis. So we're not, it does affect us as well. Have you had a discussion with plans to utilize funding for the substitute pool? What does that look like for education?
Director Richardson?
Because Julius Sparrow, they don't have no teacher from 5th to 8th grade.
So yes, those discussions are definitely going to be scheduled. The nominee has reached out to my office for discussions, but she's also looking towards the new retiree bill.
Because we give them 3 years.
Yes.
Okay.
So the policy has been drafted and it's under review. So as soon as that comes out, we'll be working with her on
You have a
other
timeline? Because we have students right now, St. John, 5th to 8th grade, no core teachers.
So I'm
no
hoping,
core.
like I said, the DOP did the policy, it's done, it's under review. So we're hoping that maybe within the next 2 weeks, we can get it finalized and pushed out.
And you have the funding for that as well, Director O'Neill?
Yes, Senator. Department of Education has ample funding for their personnel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator Gittins. I know she asked a little bit of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did hear the response by OCB to the good Vice President there. However, we always take for granted that everyone knows what we're talking about when we say end of fiscal year, beginning of fiscal year. Can she be clear, please, if the nurses will have their negotiations beginning by the end of September 30th this year?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator. When I said end of fiscal year, I meant by the end of September of 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back quickly. I should have done a point of inquiry on this, but back to the substitute pool. The legislature, we don't appropriate that money for the sub pool?
Yes, Senator. That's why
So what's the challenge with moving forward with hiring substitute teachers? The Division of Personnel don't hire substitute teachers. The Department of Education has their own operation and they deal with substitute teachers.
Correct.
I'm going to ask the testifiers to be mindful of answering the questions because the VIDE isn't responsible for hiring sub-teachers unless there's a bottleneck with that NOPA. Well, it isn't even a NOPA, it's a, what do you call that thing? Per diem, right? Oh. It's a per diem document. So I am unclear as to what the issue is. Education has sub-pool money and they process the per diems for the substitute pool teachers. I understand there was a press release that went out. I didn't see it, so I will have to read it, but I'm uncertain as to what the issue is. That has nothing to do with none of you that's sitting here this morning.
Correct, Senator.
Okay.
I think what they were speaking of the policy to bring back some retired workers.
But that policy was never an issue. You know why? Because teachers were always able to come back. So I still unclear. Anyway, I'm going to move on. Let's start with the lottery fund. So in the budget, we have VI lottery. Part of the VI lottery's responsibility is to transfer, I can't remember what the percentage is, to the central government. That ain't been happening, but we continue to budget for it. I see that this year, FY22, we're projecting some 900,000, 23, same thing. If we ain't getting the money, why do we continue to include it in our numbers?
So, Senator, they have transferred some in the past, and the interpretation has always been a thing where it's been interpreted for some reason that it's based on the audited financials. I don't necessarily agree, so we are having those discussions, and we expect that the numbers will increase. So if you look at the revenue sheet, you'll see that in 21 actual preliminary actual was 397,000. So they did in fact submit or transfer that?
Well, I know that you're on the board, OMB director, and I'm going to ask you to really look at the legislations around the lottery overall, because they are not doing their due diligence as it relates to how they're transferring the funds.
Yes.
They're not. When they came before us around their budget, they're arbitrarily picking what number they're going to put in for the various transfers, when in fact the law is very clear on what should be transferred. You have to budget for it. You know, they're not doing that. So then they're doing whatever they want, and they're saying that the law isn't clear. The law is clear. It might be a little confusing, but the law is clear. We've been doing this long enough, so I want to make sure that I ask you to please take care of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, real property. So we see our real property taxes for 21 preliminary numbers. We're still on preliminary numbers. Actuals for 21 was 35.6 million. Projected for 22 is 58 million. Our legislative projections were 60 million, and our year-to-date is some 58 million, but in the conversation,
40.
we're still having a $12 million shortage.
Right, he said 44.1,
Yes,
I think.
so 12 million.
To date.
About 12 million based on your year-to-date projections. But we're increasing it in 23 to some $61 million. And I know that I've asked this question over and over, and I've never been comfortable with the response. What are we doing different to ensure that we are able to collect these monies? Because we all know that much of our bonds that we've pledged are against these property taxes. So, you know, this entire number goes into this. Of course, I'm sure that the debt service in the transfers out, right? Correct? So what are we doing different? Just give me a straight answer, please. Just a straight answer. If we're not, we're just not. But we are over projecting on this every single year, and we're not generating the revenues. We are.
Mr. Lanham.
2 minutes.
Thank you for the question, Senator. We are not over projecting. In the fiscal year 20, our projections was 54.6. Our actuals was 65.6.
In which year you said? Which year? Wait, hold tight.
In fiscal year 20.
Okay, well, the documents... Say that again?
In fiscal year 20, the projections were 54.6 million, and the actuals were 65.6 million.
Well, then stay right there. So I am only going based on the information and the forecast data that's in front of me. So if y'all collected $64 million in FY 2020, the report that I have in front of me is reflecting $54.9 million. So let's get the numbers straight. I'm just reading from what's in front of me. And I'm going to leave that there. Let's get the numbers straight.
Okay, well,
OMB
Senator,
Director, let's get the numbers straight. I'm going to leave that for now so we could get the numbers straight, okay? Let's do that, please. Let's talk about the single-payer utility fund. So the single-payer utility fund is showing a negative $7.1 million. And of course, we all know why we're doing single-payer utility fund. And annually, the funds are budgeted in each department and then it's moved into the single-payer account. Commissioner Bruce, I'm not certain why we're seeing I don't know if this needs to be audited, but a $7.1 million negative is very concerning. Do you have a response around why we're seeing a negative on that?
No, Senator, I do not. This was as of June 30th, and I could get you an updated number to be sure that we have all the revenues posted.
Yeah, we need to post the revenues because that's not a good look. Individual income taxes.
Time.
My time has been called. Mr. Chair, can I wrap up one last question?
You may.
Yeah, individual income taxes for FY22 was some 400. The projections are 484, and this 23, we're projecting 472. Why are we projecting less? Why? We have our new hotel that's coming online. Why is our projections lower? And we also talked about all these projects that we have coming online for 2023. Why those numbers are less?
Which one?
Individual income.
So, Senator, as I referenced earlier, the numbers are also included in some of the revenues from anticipated projects.
Under other revenues?
Under other revenues. So it'll be a combination of the other revenues, individual income, and the individual income that is shown on line 19, row 19. Those really should be
row 19 under what? Because
individual income under income taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So, in all honesty, I think I'm going to restructure this sheet to have it show one line and not break out projects. I know we traditionally
individual
wanted
income
to
is
see
individual income. So we
exactly.
shouldn't break it up by projects, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm going to just put it as one. We wanted to see the difference for projects versus overall, but I think it's just easier and clearer to everyone when we have one line. So we're going to redo this and have one line item for individual income.
Thank you. My time has been called. I have more questions. I hope we could have another round. But what I will say is that information that you are speaking of should be behind your sheet. We just need to see the clear breakout of individual taxes. So we need a summary.
Will do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not get to ask all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of inquiry, Senator Zarrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Were we able to find a limited amount of revenues from the hotel and key while we were here for the economic?
Directly?
Good day, Senator. No, that is something I have to do a deep dive on. That's not readily available.
Mr. Chair, this is a budget wrap-up. We should be collecting funds. I don't know how much deep of a dive we should be doing to figure out how much a hotel has been paying to the government of the Virgin Islands. So through the chair, I'd like to request that information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Zarrow. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've had discussions with with the Taxi Commission that has not satisfied this body. And one of the prevailing issues is the fact that they are unable to enter their revenues into the Department of Finance's system, which has showed that, they are spending more money than they are generating based on the reports. So I don't know, Commissioner Bruce, if you've heard the discussion, but the discussion occurred twice. I believe that we've had a brief conversation with the director of OMB around this, but really and truly the issue lies with the relationship between the Department of Finance and the Taxi Commission on the system being open for them to truly input the revenues into the system.
No, Senator, they have had high turnover and staffing issues.
We can't hear you. Yeah, you're talking to Mike.
Yes, they. To my understanding, the conversations that I have seen with them is every time they've asked us for access to the ERP, we give them access. My director of MIS, Alicia Jackson, she helps whoever that new employee is. There's been extremely high turnover. We can only give access to the appropriate people in the agency, and we do that, and we give them assistance every time they have a new person.
So do you have the ability to reconcile what they've been depositing, although they haven't been deposited, they have not been placing the funds, doing the reporting in the system?
Well,
because at some point that
something
needs to be reconciled.
Yes, I'll assign someone to do that, to work with them, because we do reconcile the cash account, and
Right.
then so now, but we rely on them every agency to enter their own revenues. So I'll assign someone to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, sorry. To Senator Fred Gregory's question on the property taxes, the numbers we have are from the ERP. And there's a slight difference. So fiscal year 2020 is 54.8 million. Sorry, 59.7 million. And fiscal year 21, 35.6 million. It still doesn't match what Mr. Ledham said, so I will have to get with Mr. Ledham to see his 64 versus the
59.
difference, what 59 that's shown on the ERP, and find out what the difference is.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon,
Let me
Senator.
start with OCB. First thing, I'm a bit disappointed that from July 5th, I requested some information regarding all the arbitration cases with regards to the amount of pending cases, completed cases, and payouts. I'm aware that the Finance Chair Office have also sent a reminder again on or about August 22nd. What's the status of this information that I requested?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator. It is completed. I need to review it this afternoon before I send it to the chair. You have not been forgotten, sir.
Thank you. And the let's go back to my point of inquiry before. You stated that the nurses are starting the negotiations by the end of, by September 30th this year. Is this negotiations for all nurses or just nurses of our respective hospitals, Wang Louis and Roy Lester Snyder?
Senator, to clarify, I said I expect to start by September 30th, 2022. It's for all nurses at the hospitals and Department of Health.
Okay, hospitals and Department of Health. So nurses from the Bureau of Corrections and Human Services are under another collective bargaining agreement?
Nurses at the Bureau of Corrections are not unionized. Nurses at DHS are under the USW Masters.
Okay, so separate and apart from. And the thank you for that, OCB. IRB, the administration has been championing the payments of individual income taxes and bringing it up to date. I might have missed something else. I might have missed something in transition from St. Thomas back to St. Croix. But where are we on this? How far up have we paid up, and what's outstanding?
Good day, Senator. We will be caught up. Well, not caught up because we're never caught up, but we will start within a couple of weeks starting to pay 2021 tax refunds, which were filed this year.
So everything is completed up to 2020 is what you're telling me?
No, will never be completed because returns are, for example, 2020, they're late filers. There's some with audit issues that we are waiting for the taxpayer to come in and resolve. So we're never going to be totally paid off of a particular year. But what I will say is that in a couple of weeks, we will start paying the returns for 2021 that are clean and ready to go.
How many cases would you say that we might have in that audit holding for the last 5 years?
Well, I have to get that because that changes every day. So that's a very general question. Every day, audits get cleared. Every day, audits get added.
But do you have a large amount of those that are in the audit stage?
Yes, but some of them are really, fraudulent. So, I don't want to say like just because it's an audit, it's a good return. We do have a lot of fraudulent returns that are
that's
sitting
fine.
back.
That's fine with me. But if you're talking fraudulent, I talk in the Department of Justice now. So I mean, if it's fraudulent, let's get it moved. What I want to make sure is, do you have enough staff to handle these audit cases?
We can always use more.
Sitting there lingering.
Yeah, we can always use more. And we have a vacancy availability. It's really getting the qualified folks to come on board is where we've been having issues.
I'll speak with you more offline. Commissioner of Finance, good afternoon. My
2 minutes.
condolences to you once again. You stated that payments for vendor payments are made within 10 days. Thank you for whatever it is you're doing at your agency to streamline these payments and getting into the hands of who they're supposed to be going to. But my question is there anything or any ongoing training being done with the respective individual agencies and departments to also streamline their process in getting the information to your office so that these vendor payments could be paid timely?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As a matter of fact, yes, we do have training. Our MIS division has recently started, actually by way of the same taxi cab commission that I just spoke about. They asked for assistance and they wanted some training, and we included some other agencies. So the plan now is to move forward with doing monthly trainings, and we're sure those classes are going to grow.
Thank you for that. And lastly, Division of Personnel, with regards to the NOPA process, is there any ongoing training going on that's probably coordinated by your office with all the respective agencies and departments in government?
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Division of Personnel. Yes, we actually did a small training virtually last month, and we have another one, a huge in-person 2.5-day training scheduled with Munis in October that will be held with all the HR officers to go over all HR matters, NOPAs, insurance, and recruitment issues.
And these numbers, are they being completed timely, and are we adhering to individuals not starting to work without an
constant reminders are going out to all agency heads. I'm sorry.
Ask him to repeat. Tell him repeat. He cut off.
I was completed. I was just waiting for a response.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So constant reminders are going out to all agency heads in regards to the starting of individuals without the NOPA. But we continue to ensure that we do keep that process within house for 5 days. We complete that within 5 days. And Division of Personnel has also started tracking the accuracy and the error rates of NOPAs of all the various departments. And that's something that will be shared at the upcoming training so that they will be aware of what it is that DOP will be doing as it pertains to reviewing the NOPAs coming into the division.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Mr. Lee, what led to the increase in corporate income tax? Have you done any analysis as to why that amount has drastically increased?
Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, we got a huge payment from one of the couple of the FEMA contractors. They decided to pay their contractors in the year of 2021 as a catch-up for multiple years. So that's why those income taxes for corporate were a lot higher. So now in 2022, when they actually filed those returns, those payments were reflected.
Okay, which was sort of like a catch-up, right?
Exactly.
So, Director, should we project the same amount for the next fiscal year?
So, Senator, I'm keeping it more or less steady because of the ongoing FEMA projects that we have. Director Williams-Auckland has, I think, over 200 that she's pushing out and really pushing hard to get moving on. And so FEMA continues to pay along with all of those that are coming from HFA. So we do expect that there will be some heightened corporate income collections.
But the next, according to Director Lee's explanation, it was like a cumulative payment of a couple years. So if you back out that cumulative payment, you think you'll be able to fill that gap with additional projects coming online?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Individual income tax, Senator just asked the question. I'm seeing $421 million as of August. And you projected 484. I'm seeing like 440. You only collected like 19 million in August for individual income tax.
Right, and we have typically, the end of the quarter, so September is coming and a lot of people will file. So we're expecting higher collections in September.
Okay. And that's been, well, I'll go back to the older report last year. That's been the path. That's the tradition. Traditionally, it shows higher for September for individual income tax.
In over the last couple of years, I think there has been some increases. A lot of people have been paying early, so we're seeing increases in the number of filers that we have and the amounts collected.
Okay. Before I come to your point of inquiry, Mr. Simmons, Port Hamilton, any discussion with Port Hamilton? Any inquiries as to whether or not they're really going to hire those individuals in September that they testified on the floor?
Good afternoon, Nathan Simmons, Public Finance Authority. I have not had any discussions with Port Hamilton regarding hiring individuals.
Okay. Mr. Gazan, being in charge of all the numbers that deal with the economic drivers of the Virgin Islands, have you been in contact with Port Hamilton to find out whether or not they're going to be ramping up on employees and how that would impact the data that you collect?
Can you hear me?
I can now, yes.
Okay, so my team just went out and made the arrangements to meet and have those discussions. So we're going to have information probably within the next week, and I can forward that to you. We already received commitments to sit down and have meetings to discuss everything.
And that is with Port Hamilton?
Yes.
Okay. I know that the chair, Senator Gittins, did bring Port Hamilton before this body, and they were unable to answer a number of questions, and they promised that they were going to set up a meeting. They came out with the public relations officer saying that a meeting would be set up for the media and government officials, and that all questions would be answered at that particular meeting. And I just want to put on the record, I spoke to the chair early this week as to whether or not he had even received the information in reference to the ownership of the company, and Port Hamilton thus far has not submitted any information to the legislature that was requested, and also has not scheduled the tour that they said they were going to schedule. Okay, we're going to have 2 points of inquiry, but we're going to take a quick 1-minute recess, and we'll come back on the record. Everybody will have a point, okay? Let's have a quick 1-minute recess.
I told him.
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Next, we had a point of inquiry. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I asked a question of the Lieutenant Governor's office relative to the actual year-to-date in stamp taxes. Could you kindly supply that number?
Yes, thank you, Senator. The amount that I got from our office says that a total of $19,616,664.41, and that is as of the end of July.
July. So 19 million. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Budget Director, you heard the number? I know you were a bit distracted. Can you repeat the number, Mr. Mills? Repeat the number of stamp tax.
19,616,664.41. $616,664.41 as of the end of July.
So it seems like we're going to collect more than 20 million in stamp tax. You projected, I think, 13,500? 13.5. And then
We will revisit.
Okay. And then the projection was 11 for next year, so we'll definitely revisit this category. Let me put a highlighted. After both questions, I'll have a bunch of points. Did you, Senator? This ear doesn't work well on this side. Let's go quickly. Senator Fast, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So quickly, let's talk about the refunds, tax refunds. What's the true tax refund obligation on average annually?
Director Lee?
It changes, depending on
I know, what's the average?
Condition. So
Director Lee, on average, what is the government's
45.
tax refund obligation?
45 million. That's what my assumption is.
So, Director O'Neill, it's important that we know what is the tax refund obligation of this government. This is part of the discussion that we're having.
Correct.
You have, last year we paid out 75, FY22, our projection is 75 million, right? Of course, I'm certain that encompasses prior years, etc. But as we deliberate and we make our decisions, we need information as it relates to. So what our average obligation is on an annual basis. I mean, that's information that we have to have. How do we
on average,
prepare
Senator, is
budget?
about 55 million dollars on average, and that's typically what we do is take 10% of the collections, and we put that aside. So on average, you're talking about 55 million dollars in refunds that are owed by the government.
In addition to the on income credit and all of that? No, that's a separate line item.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, well, that line item should have affected the 21 return because that money was paid up front.
Right.
So and that's why I was trying to find out what was the cumulative amount because it should have been a reduction for 21.
So 21 tax filings haven't been paid yet.
I know, but the total amount owed should have been reduced by the advance of the earned income child credit.
It's going to be reimbursed, not advanced.
Didn't we receive those monies already, Mr. Lee? And we actually advanced those monies?
We have not received those yet.
What monies did we receive that was advanced?
The stimulus payments was
No, not stimulus.
advanced.
The child tax credit.
Okay, child tax credit. With the child tax credit being advanced, did that reduce the cumulative amount owed for 21? Because they got the money in advance.
Yes.
What was that reduction?
Well, all of the 21 returns are not entered yet. So You remember, those were just filed in April, and they're still being filed through now.
Okay,
so I would not have a complete number for you. That number.
Okay, but that child tax credit, those are the individuals that receive the higher tax checks, or the tax refund checks. They were given that money.
No, that child tax credit is for 2021, which we have not paid out yet.
I know. But I'm saying overall, it would reduce the obligation of the GVI because the monies were paid by the feds up front. So they received those monies already, so they can't claim it when they were filing the 21 return because it was already paid.
Half, yes, correct. They were only the deal is we gave them half up front, and the other half we'll give them when we start paying the 21
right.
returns.
So which would reduce what would be the regular obligation of the GPI because the half that was paid up front. But let me go to the next senator. Senator Bolquist. We'll give everybody a point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the governor's financial team, listening and viewing audience.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. Concerning your forecast on anticipated revenues, I have a specific question concerning anticipated projects. Director Octilin, concerning anticipated projects or active projects, how many projects overall do we have in the pipeline?
So we have Senator Adrian Williams Octilin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Currently, we have 539 projects that are active. We expect to be joined by 274 projects in FY 2023.
274. How many local and how many federal?
They're all federally funded projects. So it's 100% federally funded projects.
Okay, and how many have been completed so far in the past fiscal year?
In the past fiscal year, see, we've had 100, and let me get the exact amount for you.
Okay, so I'm asking this question because under the revenues from anticipated projects, you have about 41,150,840, and for the projection in 23, it's a 3.9 million jump. From there, do you think that is on target? Is that based on the amount of active projects in the pipeline? Shouldn't that number be higher?
So the number that we have projected also includes projects that have been stalled because of supply chain issues. So those projects have been rolled over to FY 2023.
Okay, so that number is right on target, is what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. On the finance website, your general fund statements of revenues, I'm looking for disparities between the districts. And I'm looking at your gross receipts, and I'm looking at the July cumulative numbers. For instance, as of July 2022, I'm sure you all have the actuals as well, but there's a huge drop-off when it comes to gross receipts. At that time, it was 137 million versus St. Croix being 49.5. What's being done to try to bridge the gap concerning that?
Well, Director Lee, you can speak to what's happening that caused that disparity.
Good day, Senator. This is Director Lee. In a nutshell, St. Croix lost, its main industry, the refinery. So that was a big hit. When I looked at the numbers, that was a trickle effect across a lot of the restaurants, construction. So that was our main,
Okay. Well, we're going to have to work on what we can do to try to bridge the gap moving forward. Also, for the infrastructure impact fee, cumulative July 2022, St. Thomas St. John District collected 5.4 million, but unfortunately St. Croix didn't collect anything. Has that number changed? Actuals?
Well, actually, Senator, that's what the good Senator Mr. Rowe was asking earlier. As far as St. Croix, to my knowledge, there's only one timeshare, and that entity was sat on government property, and that lease has ended. So I'm going to double check, but I don't expect barely any activity from that entity, simply because, you know, there's no vested interest for a timeshare owner at this point, because, you know, there's no future right at this moment.
Concerning the other financial sources, the American Rescue Plan, ARP, in 2021, there was about 5.5 million granted. How are those funds being utilized or expended currently?
I'm sorry. In which year had what?
It was the collection. I apologize. The collections were at 5.5 in 21, and I don't see any numbers in 22.
And you're looking at what specifically?
2 minutes.
I'm looking at the general fund statement of revenues.
On Department of Finance's website?
Yes.
I'm not sure what that is. Maybe Commissioner Bruce can speak to that.
Which category, Senator?
Under other financial sources, American Rescue Plan, ARP.
No, I'll have to, good afternoon. I'd have to research that because we got much more than 5.5 million. So if you could share with me exactly what you saw, then I'll research that to see what's going on.
Of course. Of course. And for the time being, those are all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, we're going to go to point of inquiry by all senators. We'll begin with Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr.
One pregunta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hold on a minute. You know what you just said?
Work.
You said no work. Senator Blyden, go ahead. Next to Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This for, I think, Mr. Leader. Let me ask, in respect to trademarks and corporation, I know on the website for many individuals who are trying to renew their license, etc., I think they have a glitch in terms of completing your application. And I know many have not paid or renewed their license to date, and today the deadline. Can you speak to that, please? And if there's anything that's going to be done moving forward, I'll appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. That division, corporations and trademarks, is managed by others. We'd be happy to get you the information, though.
Mr. Mills, do you know if anything is going on there and what is being done moving forward?
No, for corporation and trademark, no, Senator.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, Commissioner Bruce, in respect to revenue collection, I wanted to ask you, one, if the telecheck service is working and available, and two, is there an opportunity for us to create a default online payment for government funds? For revenues coming in. For example, now that IRB, if IRB have an issue, if any of the government entities have an issue, I'm very concerned about the inability for us to be able to collect. Is there a default that we could use, because you utilize coding to determine the category of payment that's coming in? Is there a default that we could utilize to ensure that all of the government revenues could be collected or payments could be made?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator. First, for telecheck, we just completed a project to make sure that all the revenue generating agencies have running, working telecheck machines. Some have ordered new machines. They've all received training, so the telecheck, actually the fees should ramp up, but also the return checks should reduce significantly. So we are full speed ahead on telecheck. And we are currently working with a consultant to help us to get a central payment processing system. And so we're just in the beginning stages of that, and that will assist all of government to collect funds online. So like in the case of some of the agencies that already have an online portal, you'll be able to come to this one landing page and it'll all look the same and you can still pay. And then moving forward, they'll all be in one place.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Francis. Thank you, Commissioner. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Yeah, so my question is, this body passed the Territorial Agricultural Plan. And as we know, it's going to be a long-term goal. It's going to be implemented overnight. I know there have been many emails coming to this body about the possible funding in the near future. And I know we're speaking about the FY 2023 budget. We have been funding a lot of things. And at the end of the day, when it comes to feeding the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the increased cost of shipping and goods to the territory, I just want to hear from OMB as far as any conversations with the administration and those individuals who are involved with the Territorial Agricultural Plan about a path moving forward for the FY 2023 regarding funding the Territorial Agricultural Plan that speaks to the necessary funding to carry out that mandate.
So thank you for that question, Senator. The one part that I am aware of is also ties into that water projects that I mentioned on the APA that was being funded and the expansion to the Bordeaux area in particular. There, because of that, that will allow for the farmers on the west to have access to water, which should help with growing of crops. That is in progress. The Department of Agriculture is working along with the Department of Public Works for that to happen and happen really quickly. There's ongoing conversations. I'm not privy to all, but I have been in that part with making sure the water gets to the farmers so that they can be helped. Outside of that, I don't have any other information at this point.
Well, thank you for placing that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair, because you know water is essential to agriculture. So at least thank you for placing that on the record when it comes to the Territorial Agricultural Plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. And in reference to the Territorial Agricultural Plan, remember, it's the role and duty of the legislature when we go into the markup process to allocate funds where we deem it necessary. So I know that there was a rollout at the University of the Virgin Islands, so we need to look at exactly what is needed, and then we make that decision. Okay, we pass the budget, we send it to Government House for approval, for ratification. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the volatile world economy, Director O'Neill, with what's happening with Ukraine, access to natural gas, supplies, inflation, budgets came down with utility bills that did not reflect inflation. So in the budget, three things, what I've noticed is that the GVI, we have a fixation with cars. And I'm not going against the Teslas or anything. We just like to buy cars. And if you stand on the side of the road right now, and if 10 cars pass you, 6 or 7 are government cars. So we have a lot of cars on the street. Our utility bills did not change. In some agencies, actually, it went down. So my overall question is, how have you factored in the overall budget of the government of the Virgin Islands austerity measures?
Senator, we continue, division, not
Was
division.
it factored in, and what does that look like for you? Because you present one way and then we have 25 other people that come down with a whole different story.
So we did actually put in some additional funding for WAPA or utility bills. I think it's one lump sum under OMB.
What was
I think
what is
about
that amount?
$4.5 million. Is
that,
if I'm not mistaken?
So if that is that $4.5 million the rescue plan subsidy we're giving to WAPA, or is that's in addition to the $4 million?
No, that is to help to offset or to ensure that the single payer utility fund will have enough money to cover, because the utility bills are higher based on the higher fuel prices, right? So we've put that aside. Relative to fuel for cars, Department of Property and Procurement has installed the tracking devices, and are continuing with that process so that they will know where vehicles are, and then they will start to do some, what do you call that?
Because there are a lot of employees that are not 24-hour.
Correct.
And you have cars on the street.
road, exactly, which is why that is, the Department of Property and Procurement has implemented that. So they will be doing some enforcement when it comes to where these cars are at all times. That's why the tracking devices have been put in and are continuing to be put in. The Commissioner Thomas just sent out notification about St. Croix and the cars on St. Croix, because a lot of the cars on St. Thomas already have those tracking devices. They'll start to really clamp down on the cars that are not for 24-hour use moving forward.
So, and if you could go back, if you could clarify for me, so that $4.5 million under OMB is your projected amount for increase in utility, and then you have another $4 million going to WAP as a subsidy.
No, no, Senator. At this
I'm
point,
confused.
As I explained earlier, we don't have a current grant agreement to provide WAPA with additional funds
So that
right
has
now.
stopped.
I have not given WAPA any money in the probably last 3 weeks or so. They are asking for a payment for next week or in the next 2 weeks. So we are discussing that and how we move forward. But I don't have any
Okay, so that
agreement at this
4.5
point.
is just for what you project would be
Is
an
for the
increase.
departments, yes, the increase
Okay.
for the departments for the
Okay.
rest of the fiscal, well, not this year, for 23.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, both of you guys are just talking at the same time, and the recorder was going. We were? Yes, every sentence that you guys said, both of you were at the same time. It was a good conversation for both of you, but a bad conversation for the recorder. It was it was good information for both of you guys, but hard to capture. Senator DeGraff.
Yep, that's how it is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Mills, you collect the timeshare, or is it Director Lika, the timeshare environmental infrastructure impact fee? You collect that fee?
That's IRB.
Excuse me?
That is at the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Oh, okay. So, Director Lee?
Yes, Senator.
You are collecting that fee?
Yes, we are responsible for the collection of that fee.
So how much money have we collected presently, and where is that fund?
Well, as far as where that fund is, I don't know exactly. I don't oversee the custody of those funds, but as far as how much we've collected, I can tell you in a few seconds.
Okay, and then while Director Lee is looking for that, Commissioner Bruce, in regards to credit cards, what are we seeing with the uses of credit cards? I had that bill passed some year ago, and I was just wondering, how is that going in regards to for the government?
Senator, thank you. The credit card program is going well. We have agency heads that submit requests to us. when they think they need a credit card, and the agency head plus one more person can have it. They have reconcilers, they have their internal people paying their bills, so they use them within their budget, and it's going well so far for the ones who have it.
Okay, go forward. So not to abuse my time, I just wait on Director Lee and.
Yeah, it's 5.36 million.
5.36 million.
Yes.
Okay, and you say you're not sure where those monies go to?
Yes, I don't have custody of those funds. We just collect, and my understanding is periodically those funds get dispersed into whoever is the beneficiary of those.
OMB Director, you're aware where those funds go to?
For the environmental fee?
Yes, the environmental infrastructure impact fee.
So those funds were supposed. I think the bill has changed, or the law may have changed recently. I will have to go back and check. It was supposed to go towards the VIESA payments,
Correct.
which is the 8%.
That was changed.
Right. So that I think has changed, and it now should be going to the general fund, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. 5.36 million.
So, Senator, we spoke about that and what we need to do with those particular monies. So before the director get her hands on it, we will make a determination as to exactly where it goes. There was a recent settlement in the waste management case that was filed. Are those monies coming from the GVI or waste management? Or you're not sure?
I'm not
privy?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not aware of that one.
Okay. Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need a little bit clarity from Director Lee. So, the environmental infrastructure impact fee, does that also include the hotel occupancy room tax, known as a room tax?
No, Senator. No, Senator. That's purely for timeshare.
So this is purely for timeshare. So the room tax falls under which category in the revenues?
Hotel tax.
It is
hotel tax.
Actually, so Senator, I'll jump in here. It is not included in the revenue sheet because those funds go specifically to the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund. And that's where the Department of Tourism's operating expenses are paid from.
Okay, so it would show up. So it's not included here.
It's not there. This is general fund that you have in front of you.
Got you. Do we know how much then the Tourism Revolving Fund has?
I can get that, and we can pull that and provide it to the body.
Okay, but the collection is done by Internal Revenue, correct?
Correct. Director Lee, hotel taxes are paid to IRB, correct?
Yes, Senator.
I still don't understand why it's not showing up. I think it should show coming in and going out as a transfer. I know, Mr. Chair, if he agrees with me, it should be reported somewhere that we could see it coming in and going out.
Well, again, Senator, different funding sources go to different funds. What you have in front of you is the general fund. I did not present an all funds revenue. So I can get that and provide that to you.
Okay. Yes, please, through the chair. Would like to see that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question in reference to getting some information from Mr. Simmons regarding a possible bridge funding for the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. I know you spoke earlier that you were going to utilize some funding sources that we already have to bridge the gap of the estimated money based on how much we were expecting from the rum cover over. Right now, the rum cover over is $10.50, and we had negotiated at like $13.25. What is your funding source to bridge that gap? You weren't clear in your response, Mr. Simmons.
Good afternoon, Senator. It's Nathan Simmons. I think what we said is that we'll be managing the resources that are available in the fund to make sure that the GERS is the full payment that is due to them is made. There's no different funding source. It's just the same internal revenue matching fund.
So you're not going to use any of the bond, the remaining balance that you have from previous year bond issuance to bridge that gap at all?
We're not using any different funding sources, no.
Okay, thank you. That's just all the clarification I needed. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, the mic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My millennial colleague spoke about the austerity measures, and while I wanted to compliment the team for the information that they brought forward and working alongside the Finance Committee, I wanted to say that, you know, with all this money flowing through, I really didn't hear much on austerity measures, and that would concern me when you have so much monies flowing through and there's no talks about austerity measures. We got some additional 50 cars through the Takata settlement. We got another 23 cars again through the grant where they bought all these Teslas. And I'm just saying, at what point or where would we have some austerity measures as it pertains to all these vehicles? Whether it's the additional cars that we get that we're going to be purchasing gas, or the additional cars where we're going to be plugging into electricity.
Thank you.
Tell me what's being done in that avenue pertaining to austerity measures, cutting down on the number of cars that we're seeing on the road on weekends and late at nights that are not the vehicles assigned to emergency response areas.
So, Senator Gittins, outside of what I just mentioned to Senator Sorrow on the measures being taken by the Department of Property and Procurement with the tracking systems in the cars, and then the enforcement to ensure that those cars that are not 24 hours are not on the road 24 hours, I'm not aware of anything else at this point relative to cars and austerity measures related to that.
Okay, thank you. But I was just hopeful to hear a response that the chief executive has sent out strict guidelines that all vehicles that are not emergency service operated will be parked up at 5 p.m. unless you're on a specific assignment. All this technicality about putting GPS in car and all kind of thing, it still ain't gonna solve a problem. We're just spending more money and putting these things in place. Supervisors, managers just must do their job. If they say park up the car at 5, park up the car at 5. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly on the concession fee, Lime Tree, and the refinery. I see that we have 0. Is there any conversations with regards to the refinery in particular? I know that the terminal is up and running, but where are we with that? Mr. Simmons would know, or?
Well, actually, Senator, the concession fee on the revenue sheet has.
I'm not referring to the concession fee. I'm referring to the refinery. Not a terminal.
Okay.
Is there any conversations? Are there any conversations?
Director Simmons, do you want to take that?
Good afternoon, Senator Nathan Simmons, PFA. As I said, I am not involved in any conversations right now with Port Hamilton regarding when they expect to restart the refinery. I do know that the Office of the Governor has been having some conversations with them, but I don't have any more information regarding that.
All right. I think you did say that before when we were talking about Port Hamilton, so it was asked and answered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Those are important conversations, though. We need to know whether or not they're coming online. We need to know whether or not they're going to be hiring 200 employees come September, because that's going to impact our individual income tax and a bunch of other categories. Yesterday, French Reef was before us. They clearly indicated how much room nights per year, and they projected it out for 5-6 years. So we could use those projections for our hotel occupancy tax. We could use some of those projections to what is going to be the bump in gross receipt in individual income. They said they have 350 employees now. They're going to be hiring like 400-500 for the opening of the hotel. All of those factors got to be calculated. Sometimes we go off of the numbers we have now, and we don't look at the economic indicators for the next fiscal year. And it's important that we look at those indicators so that we're able to make those projections. I was going to end, but I see Senator Whitaker has joined us on St. Thomas, so I will give her and St. Croix. So Senator Whitaker, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to people of Virgin Islands. And just, of course, really quickly, I know it's been a long morning into the afternoon. I just wanted to just follow up really quickly. One of my first questions on the austerity measures. I just want to put on the record that I'm hearing about the vehicle tracking. I just wanted to get clarity on who's going to be the lead on that, because it's going to be a couple of years that Commissioner Anthony Thomas informed me that the vehicles would have to track it, and we're going to go on a couple of years at this point. So I really do want to have an understanding of that. And that's just so who's going to be the lead entity for that? Is that is going to be coming from public procurement? Who's going to lead that effort? And can we get a timeline here in this body for that measure?
I'm not sure that was a question, Senator. But
what's the timeline from this?
The Department of Property and Procurement will be handling everything related to those cars and the tracking mechanisms.
Okay. Well, we'll just continue to follow up, because I've heard that we're going into a third fiscal year where we have that same discussion. On page 5 of your testimony, Director O'Neill, you indicated that $471,000 you've allocated, which you highlighted, which is really good news, to the Department of Health to move, so they could move into a temporary facility. In terms of that, do you have more information about where we are with that, and do you anticipate, is that a good final figure in terms of the cost estimates for that moving into the temporary facility, and do you also have a timeline for that? Or of course I'll coordinate with Commissioner Encarnacion, because I've been following up with the mold issue for some months now.
So to my knowledge, the Department of Health has already committed to leases and are in the process of moving out. And that number is what was provided by both Property and Procurement and Department of Health as to the cost of the rent for their spaces.
And are we getting into again performance-based budgeting this term? I know that's something that you've endeavored to do. Are the department agencies really submitting performance-based budgets? Are we doing more evaluations, addressing even fringe, just different aspects? Are you working with the departments to get more performance-based budgeting accomplished?
Yes, the performance has been an ongoing process, and performance improvement and performance management has been an ongoing process, and the departments have been responsive. There are a number of meetings that are ongoing that all include the governor as well in a lot of those meetings. So we are on target to get to performance-based budgeting.
Thank you, and I want to just acknowledge the fact that you have been championing that effort, and I appreciate that. I know that firsthand. And to Director Lee, as you know, the burning question, as you know, I have continued to ask you, also coordinating, and I engage both you and Commissioner Busede.
2 minutes.
Over moving us forward with the e-government. Do you have any costs? Did you outline any cost estimates or costs for us continuing that area? Again, us moving towards being able to file online, and then other software needs that your department will have to execute e-government.
Hi, Senator Jolie, Bureau of Internal Revenue. We actually have anticipated October 1st as our rollout date to be able to file gross receipt tax online. And we also have a deadline, hopefully worst case scenario by the end of the year, to be able to file tax returns online. Those two mechanisms are in place. The gross receipts, which is going to be the October deadline, we're just making sure the payment module works, but everything else is ready to go. The income tax one is going to take some time because that has to be built from scratch. A contractor has already been selected and is currently working as we speak.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the fact that we've been in touch about that, and you're continuing to your word. The other item is professional development, and back to Director O'Neill. Have you had any, even this coming budget, any meetings over professional development funding, perhaps with the division of personnel or department by department, or even engagement division of personnel over costs associated with professional development costs throughout different budgets?
Yes, Senator. So the Division of Personnel does have funding for professional development within their budget. OMB also in this fiscal year had some funding for professional development that will be used across GVI. We are going to encumber those funds so that we do not lose them in this fiscal year, which is why I did not ask for additional funding in 23, because we will use what's left for professional development. There are a number of professional development courses that are planned as part of the performance management and what is needed across GVI. We will be implementing or having a number of different classes offered across the gamut to departments and agencies. So we expect that will kick off in the next couple months, and a number of people will be trained and get certified in a number of areas.
Time.
Thank you, and thank you all. I know it's been a Herculean task every year putting the budget together. So thank you to your team, all your staff, everyone engaged in this process, certainly to the chairman and his staff, because I know this is a Herculean effort. So congratulations to everybody. Much appreciated as we go through the process. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Director O'Neill, I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record, and then we'll talk to you over the next 2 days.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. It was great to be here today. Calm. Great meeting. So thank you to all of the senators and all of your questions. Thank you to the other members of the financial team for being here as always and supporting OMB and I in the effort to get the budgets correct and aligned in a way that we all need to have it. I know there's a lot of talk about austerity measures, et cetera. I will mention briefly that, typically austerity measures are brought in times when we are struggling for cash, and we don't really have a cash problem at this point. So we continue to be conservative in our budgeting and in our estimates to allow for us to cover anything that might come up at any given point. And we appreciate this body's understanding of our conservative nature and what we present. I thank you all again for having us here today, and I look forward to the numerous conversations we're going to have over the next couple days as you do the budget markup. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your testimony, and thank all the members of the Finance Committee. Thank the staff of the legislature. Thank my personal staff and the recorders who put up with us on a regular basis, speaking back and forth. Our colleagues, tomorrow we will be reconvening for the budget markup, and we have asked all of the commissioners to make themselves available in the event that we have a question, that we can just make a phone call and get the information that is needed. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.